Fail Forward as a brand. The clothes are insane. Like, they're very, very nice clothes. Like, what I've been wearing today, I could wear all my life. You know, I could wear to training, I could wear to like, when I'm going out, going for a meal.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to United View. Hope everyone is doing very well. Welcome back to Match View Live. We are here. We are ready for the Carabao Cup. It is the quarterfinals. It is Tottenham Hotspur versus Manchester United at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. And we are just under 2 hours away from kickoff as per usual. And of course, right after the game this evening, we're also going to be finding out if we go through, he'll be facing in the semi-finals. It's another opportunity at a trophy. You get into, it's one of those weird competitions, isn't it, the Carabao Cup, that you only really start to care about once you get into the latter stages. I think we're still into the territory of, if you go out when you go, wow, who really cares? Who really cares about the Carabao Cup? Well, you'll care if you win. Yeah, you'll care if you win. So be sure to smash a like on the like button. Be sure to subscribe, bottom right-hand corner. Team news should be out in around, 45 minutes time? I forget what it is when it comes to the Carabao Cup. I forget if it's an hour and 15 minutes before kickoff, if it's an hour before kickoff or anything like that. Either way, as always, I'll have my head firmly, this is my warm-up. I'll have my head firmly on a swivel. I'll be doing my Xavi and Iniesta role. I'll be checking the social media feed as per usual. And we'll see. We'll see what happens with the starting 11 this evening. We'll see what happens when it comes to, how many leaks, how quickly some of this team news comes out. You know how it is on the match view, on the pre-match. We'll keep an eye on social media and see what happens. I mean, it's already a bit different than what it was at the weekend for the Manchester Derby, because the weekend at the Manchester Derby, we knew who was going to be lining up for Manchester United the night before. We don't know that this evening just yet. So maybe that's an improvement. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. We shall see. But indeed, when the team news does come out, or we start getting some rumours or what have you, we'll discuss it. Once the official news, team news is out, as always, we'll discuss that as well. And before then, there is actually quite a bit I do want to get into. Bit of a change when it comes to the ownership. Sir Jim Ratcliffe increasing his ownership stake in Manchester United today. Not by a lot, maybe a few misleading headline, shall we say, but we'll discuss that and anything else that happens in between as per usual. But before we get into anything, as always, you can see it there on the right hand side of the screen. You can see it there beneath me, and you can see it here. This match view is brought to you, as always, by Fail Forward. You can scan the QR code. Links in the video description. It's also pinned in the chat. You can go to the Fail Forward website. You can use the code UnitedViewFF. That's right, UnitedViewFF for Fail Forward, and you can get 20% off your next purchase. Now, Christmas, 6 days away? You are cutting it fine now. You are cutting it fine. I don't know if it's possible. I know a lot of websites have got the whole arrives before Christmas, doesn't arrive before Christmas. But hey, even if it's not going to arrive before Christmas, you might find yourself in a situation over Christmas. Sometimes you get that from your grandparents. Here, get yourself something nice, or hey, here's a voucher or something like that. What you can do, you can go over to the Fail Forward website. You can use the code UnitedViewFF. You get 20% off. 20% off your next purchase. Whether your purchase is hoodies like this, whether they're hats, whether they're tracksuits, whether they're, as Flex says, swimming shorts, whether they're socks, whether they're whatever you can think of, t-shirts, Fail Forward's got you covered. So be sure to check that out and, of course, utilize that code. In addition to that, as per usual, we got to do it at the weekend, didn't we? And it will be the same this evening. If Manchester United win, you get the opportunity to win as well. If Manchester United win, courtesy of Oxford Natural by Gowing Life, you could also win a Manchester United shirt, whether it's the home shirt, the third kit, or the away kit. All you have to do is select the man of the match. And how you do that is not right now. I've seen people sometimes do it early. Not early. When the time comes, if the time comes, use the hashtag MOTM, man of the match, plus the name of the man of the match, and then you can possibly be drawn to win the shirt. But again, that's only if Manchester United wins, and we'll find out if that's going to happen later on this evening. So shout out to them, and if you want to, get your, you get your Optimum either morning or night. Buy Oxford Natural by Gowan Life. All you have to do, link in the video description. You can go to the site, the code UV. You can subscribe. You can save up to 70%. Yeah, up to 70% off. Not bad going, is it? So you can check out that in the video description as well. I can see people in the chat. We've already got close to 500 people watching. We're already over 100 likes, which is fantastic indeed. I can see Nessie, one of our mods, says big up Owen and UV fam. Stephen says man of the match Owen. I don't think I am. I don't think I am. Ridwan says any leaks? Not yet. Not yet. It's a lot of people I think are kind of waiting to see what's happening with all of that, aren't we? I think everyone's sort of going, oh, I wonder what that's going to look like. But we'll keep an eye out, as per usual. We'll keep an eye out and we'll see who's talking, who's saying what, and what that means for the Manchester United team as well. So, yes, that's what we are going to be doing. And in terms of a timeline this evening, hey, I feel like Paul Rudd at the end of a Hot Ones when he goes, hey, look at us. Look at us. You and I, yeah, you the viewer and me. We're going all the way through the evening, yeah? It's a solo match for you. It's just me and you this evening. Fleck is at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. He's in hospitality. He's in hospitality this evening. He's on enemy territory. He's got the likes of Abby there. I think Expressions is there. I know Culture Cams is there. So he's in enemy territory. KG, the comedian, Mr. The Comedian, he is in Saudi for the Fury fight, which is Saturday, not Friday, Saturday. So you're stuck with me this evening. And what we are going to do is try and improve on my solo record, because I'm just thinking my solo record for match views is actually pretty horrific. I'm just trying to sort of think off the top of my head in terms of recent ones. Obviously, I did the Forest game at Old Trafford. Now I feel like Steve Carell in The Office. You know what that one is? Yeah, that was a solo in one. What other solo ones have I done this season? I did Spurs. I think I did the last Spurs game. I did that one solo. Didn't really go that well. What other ones did I do? I did Liverpool this season. Didn't really go the way I thought that one would go. Yeah. So it's not a great record. Not a great record that I have on the solo. But we're gonna improve that tonight. Yeah, we're gonna improve that tonight. We're gonna win, and we're gonna go through into the Carabao Cup semi-finals. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. You know, era's come to an end. I can't remember who said that. I forget who says that. But era's come to an end. And what doesn't also come to an end is the subscribers. You can see in the top right-hand corner, what a segue that is. Top right-hand corner, we're pretty close to 185,000. Yeah, very, very close. Very close to 184,900. And then you're 100 away. You're basically there. So if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe and click that like button. And we're going to hopefully have some fun this evening indeed. Right, let's talk about a bit of an interesting news story today. This wasn't it? It's on the back of the reports that stewards in the latest line of cost cutting at Manchester United aren't getting the £100 that they usually get at the end of the year. They're now getting £50 at the end of the year. So once again, a cost-cutting measure by Ineos and Sir Jim Ratcliffe, which people are not very happy about. But it also is on the same day that this story is out regarding an increased percentage for Sir Jim Ratcliffe. Now, it was an interesting one to see the reaction to this, because I think when just the headline is Sir Jim Ratcliffe increases his percentage stake in Manchester United, people go, whoa, right, he's now going to own half the team or something like that. It's not really that much, and it was kind of pre-arranged anyway. But the article says that Sir Jim Ratcliffe has transferred ownership of his shares in Manchester United to Ineos, bringing the football club in line with the rest of the sports investments in his petrochemical company's portfolio. When Ratcliffe purchased his initial 25% stake in United last Christmas Eve, nearly a year ago, I remember doing the stream with Flex inside his car, he did so through trawlers. is a company that was named after the famous Eric Cantona quote. Ironically enough, Eric Cantona has come out and criticised treatment of Sir Alex Ferguson under the Ineos regime. But the Trawlers Company was a company he solely owned based in the Isle of Man. But a new filing to the SEC, which is the US Securities and Exchange Commission, reveals the 72-year-old on December 18 shifted those shares to Ineos, which is co-owned by Ratcliffe, Andy Curry and John Rees. The trio have collective voting and investment power over the shares held by Ineos, the filing states. At the same time, Ratcliffe has followed through on his commitment, so again, this was prearranged as part of the purchase agreement, to invest another $100 million, which is 79 million pounds, into United, as laid out per his agreement with the Glazer family struck nearly a year ago. So again, this isn't really anything that was, this is spur of the moment, or he's getting more involved or anything like that. This was pre-planned out, basically. Ratcliffe has pledged to pump in $300 million on top of his $1.3 billion. The reason it's in dollars because the Athletics, like with the New York Times and stuff like that. Price for a quarter of the club. He made a $200 million capital injection in February and has now completed the transaction via Ineos using, quote, cash on hand, according to the filing, before the December 31st deadline. So again, there was this commitment that he would do it before the end of the year. It has now been done. The $100 million provided Ineos with 983,449 Class A shares, the type traded on the New York Stock Exchange, and 2,046,853 Class B shares, the type with 10 times the voting power. It means Ratcliffe in total has paid $1.5 billion for his slice of United, nudging his share up. And this is when, you have to, one of those ones where you have to get into kind of the crux of the story and look past the headline. Okay, how much more does he now own a Manchester United than he did previously? And the result is just over 1%. He's increased his stake in Manchester United by just over 1% because his share has gone up from 27.7% to 28.94%. So again, 1.2%? Not a lot. Not a lot. Ratcliffe, now through Ineos, is, though, this is quite significant, the largest single investor in United, but the 6 Glazer siblings collectively own the majority of the shares at more than 40%. So that's why I say it's a bit of a nothing burger story. And the reason I say that is because essentially the circumstances are the same, really. His percentage is the tiniest bit higher. I suppose really actually the more significant part of this is actually the change in sort of the structure, that he's actually moved all of these shares over to Ineos as opposed to just himself, which would suggest that I suppose you could look at it maybe as kind of contingency planning for the future. If anything, heaven forbid, were to happen to Sir Jim Ratcliffe, then all of those shares are Ineos shares, and those people that would be in control of the company would have a deciding factor on what they want to do, as opposed to, I guess, just himself. It was always perhaps a quirk that Ratcliffe had bought his piece of United through a specially formed vehicle named after the famous Eric Cantona quote about seagulls following the trawlers. This move brings United under the same Ineos banner as the company's various other sports investments, such as the Grenadiers cycling team and the Britannia sailing crew. And finally, in practice, Ratcliffe is still calling the shots, though. He owns 60% of Ineos, with Curry and Rees the rest. Rees is already a director on United's PLC board. Of course, there are 2 boards at Manchester United, right? There's the sort of football board and then the other one. The football board is largely ceremonial, as they said previously. The change may make Ineos investing in United a smoother process, though. And so you could say, Owen, you've said a lot of words there. I've read a lot of words in that. What does it really mean? I think it's more formality, to be honest with you. I think it's more formality. The suggestion is that this £79 million isn't going to go to a January transfer budget or anything like that. If you're thinking, all right, he's done that to provide Ruben Amorim with a January war chest, and we're going to be going after this player, we're going to be going after that player, we're going to be doing this, we're going to be doing that. Not so much. I think it's more of a case of, I think Mike Keegan, I believe was first to sort of break the story, said that it's largely going towards infrastructure at United. And again, it was a already pre-agreed commitment as part of his purchase agreement in the first place. Maybe one way to look at it is a case of, we've had some very expensive decisions be made over the last sort of several months, haven't we, when it comes to firing Erik ten Hag and his staff, bringing in Ruben Amorim and his staff, had to pay for that. The exit of Dan Ashworth, I'm assuming he must have been paid off as well in mutual agreement. The £79 million would maybe cover that. They weren't specific in what they said is infrastructure. We know obviously Carrington's being worked on with the money that was invested by Sir Jim previously. It's going to cost a lot more than £79 million. £79 million is going to do the new stadium. The decision on that is going to be coming in the summer of next year, although I believe they have met, the task force has met for the last time. I think Omar Barada was at that meeting recently, but they've shifted sort of the announcement of the decision, the conclusion, to be at the end of the season to avoid a lot of noise. Even though, to be honest, I think everyone knows what that decision is going to be regarding the new the stadium plans or the stadium decision. It's going to be, they're going to build a new stadium, aren't they? I mean, at this stage, with the amount of stuff that's been written and put out there about a new stadium, without with Sir Jim Ratcliffe publicly in interviews talking about wanting a new stadium, calling Old Trafford a bit tired. It's a bit tired, isn't it? He said that multiple times. They're going to be getting a new stadium, so. That doesn't really, I think, go to that. Maybe it's just running costs, if you will. But it's interesting, just the timing of it all, isn't it? That story, because it wasn't. The story comes out the day that you hear more cost cutting at Manchester United, and we shall see. We shall see. It's, again, not a massive story, is it? Because he's done what he committed to do a year ago, and he's increased his percentage in the club by 1%. So not a lot really going to change or that much. Star-Lord with the first members chat of the day says, "Merry Christmas, everyone. Have fun, be safe. Smash the like button." Star-Lord's also been a member for 30 months. 30 months, and I believe. I think Star-Lord might be the original member. I remember when we started the UV Members Club, because I remember doing the stuff in the studio that day with it. I think Star-Lord might have been the first one. I may be wrong on that, but big up Star-Lord. As you can see, long-time member, also a mod on the channel, and long-time supporter. And I'll tell you what, speaking of Star-Lord, this is a good segue. Well done, Owen. This is off football topic, but hey, did people see the Superman trailer early on? Yeah, James Gunn working that DC magic. Now's the time. The Marvel universe is in free fall. It's not as good as it used to be. They're trying to bring back all the hits, aren't they? They're bringing back Robert Downey Jr. They're bringing back Chris Evans for the next Avengers film. Maybe now's the time. Maybe now's the time for a new DC universe. Maybe now's the time for something different, something good finally from DC. And we'll reserve judgment because other films have looked good from their first few trailers, haven't they? Other films have looked okay from the first couple of trailers. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe DC's on the rise. Maybe that's where we thought they are. And I'm not even the biggest Superman fan either. I think it's a bit of a difficult character, isn't it? This sort of he can't be defeated by anyone kind of thing. There's no flaws. He's the perfect alien, as it were. But it does look good. It does look good. Riri's also been a member for 30 months. Says, Owen, I think it's me and Star-Lord. Yeah, well, it might be. It might be Riri. Big up to Riri as well, long-time member, as you can see, and long-time mod, same as Star-Lord. It might be Riri and Star-Lord. And Medora says, "Owen, Batman is solid." Oh, of course. I mean, can't go wrong with Batman. We can go wrong with Batman. Just look at Batman and Robin actually in the 90s. Although, do you know what's funny with that is when I was younger, I used to like it. It's only when you get older and you watch it and you go, bloody hell, that shit. But I really like the last Batman film, and the Penguin. It's probably the best series on TV this year. Not even comic book. Yeah, the best series this year. The best series this year is the Penguin. I can't think of anything better that I've watched, and I don't even watch a lot of new TV. I'm in this phase at the moment where I just watch the same stuff over and over again and old stuff. But it's good, very, very good, very good. Going back to football though. This evening, Carabao Cup. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because Carabao Cup's one of those competitions. Obviously, it's the first trophy you can win of the year. That's not the Charity Shield, Community Shield, excuse me, according to Mikel Arteta, because apparently that trophy counts now. But the Carabao Cup's a funny one because until you get really to the semi-final or the final, that's when you really start to care. It is a trophy, and it does matter, and it does count for something, depending on how you can springboard from it, and hopefully you kind of kick on. It felt like maybe under Erik ten Hag, that was like the peak of his time at Manchester United. I know we won the FA Cup the year later, but that was in the backdrop of sort of really, really shitty performances and a bad season. But the Carabao Cup felt like the peak. It was around that kind of time, playing like Barcelona at Old Trafford, wasn't it? And winning the Carabao Cup, and it was a good day. And for Ruben Amorim, it's a curious one, isn't it? Because it's not the priority for us this season, isn't it? You know, it's not the priority for us because the priority, if you had to pick a cup competition for Manchester United this season, it would be the Europa League. Because I think that's our only chance of getting into the Champions League. Because I just don't know if I can see us finishing in top 4. So that would be the cup competition we'd probably be focusing on. And then, you know, your bread and butter is the league, and you want to get big performances and big results like we got at the weekend. So the Carabao Cup isn't a priority, and we don't really know at the moment, do we? Just, you know, how Ruben Amorim is going to treat these kind of competitions. When it was Erik ten Hag, he treated the cup competitions as just as much importance as the Premier League. Want to win every game, play the strongest team every single game, even if we were playing, you know, lesser teams in these cup competitions, because of course he was very fortunate in that he got some bloody good draws in the cup competitions. Not always, obviously, but certainly got a good run of draws. He played at home, I don't know how many consecutive times in all of these cup competitions. But even so, he would still play the strongest team. Tonight, without even looking at, you know, any leaks or anything like that, which we don't know at the moment, the likelihood is, you know, Ruben Amorim will rotate. Because he's done that in every single game, regardless of competition or importance, he will rotate. It's just a question of how much, isn't it? You're looking at sort of the attacking options. Probably go with what? Joshua Zirkzee, I think, probably start instead of Rasmus Højlund. Alejandro Garnacho, we know, is back in the matchday squad. Still no confirmation on Marcus Rashford, of course. Yesterday, the story was that he wasn't spotted travelling with Manchester United. Doesn't mean that he's not part of the squad, I suppose. Just because he hasn't been seen, it means that it's very unlikely, I think. So you're looking at that front three and you go, probably Zirkzee, probably Garnacho, probably Ahmad. I think Ahmad probably plays again. Then you're looking at the wing backs and you go, Malacia to be involved. Because you have to kind of go Thursday to Thursday, don't you? Last Thursday, of course, we were playing Victoria Pilsen. And Malacia started that one. Zirkzee started that one. This is quite interesting, actually. I've just seen, again, this is what happens on the match, on the pre-match. Amorim's Reds has tweeted. Yeah, Amorim's Reds has tweeted and said, and I quote, "Exclusive, 11 players will start today. Things are maybe a little bit quiet. Things are maybe a little bit quiet." And I wonder, because look, we do know, according to the reports, that United certainly have been looking into it. You know, United have been looking into it, and I did flex there. He was going and said, we're not hearing anything today. And I went, well, Amorim's Reds exclusive. He jumped in, and he got it wrong. We know that they're looking into it. I think there have been reports that they've sat a couple of players down and asked if it was them that was leaking information, or if they have been leaking information. Because I don't think there's one singular, it was this person. I think there are several people that are doing that. And I don't think they're necessarily players. I think they might be agents, or they might just be people in and around the club. But I think now maybe they get into the territory of maybe putting out a bit of misinformation. So if they put out this player starting, and then that gets out there, when they know that player's not starting, they go, right, I know it's that person. I know that person did that one. So, okay. We could maybe see that, or maybe stuff just starts slowing down. Maybe stuff just starts slowing down. Maybe we just don't hear anything. And I suppose that's also, when that happens, about, you know, it just goes silent. That would suggest, wouldn't it, that they've got one of the many, or maybe all, the culprits in that case, if things just don't happen. But there is still plenty of time. We will still keep our eye on it, and we'll see if indeed anyone says anything. We'll see if that happens. We'll keep an eye. That's a very interesting subplot, isn't it? I mean, talk about going from one extreme to the other as well. Going from a weekend where we knew the starting 11 the night before, and also that, I think, you know what, actually, I think Sunday is one of the more crazy pre-matches I've done. And to be fair, on the match review this season, I've done some pretty crazy pre-matches. The Fenerbahce one, I always talk about that one with the Mazraoui in the 10. That still to this day is a madness. But the one at the weekend, knowing the team the night before, and then once the information started to come out of, well, not only that, Rashford, Garnacho, they're not even in the squad. And then it was like, whoa, they're not in the squad. Are they injured? Are they ill? What's going on? Then it came out of, not only are they not in the squad, they've trained today at Carrington. So they've not been dropped because of injury or illness. It's largely because of training, performance, standards, discipline, what have you. That was mad. And then the team news comes out, and we're checking it against the leak stuff from Samuel Lutkust on, of all places, his fucking Facebook page. I mean, that's another weird part of it as well. His Facebook page, not on X, not on the Manchester Evening News. His employer, and then write an article about it going, this is going to be the Manchester United starting 11 tomorrow in the Manchester derby against Man City. He did it on Facebook, which, as I mentioned before, I know that obviously Facebook's still very popular nowadays, but you know, for sort of football information, Facebook, I just associate Facebook with, I mentioned before, you sort of nanny or granddad talking about their new hip that they've had put in, or saying stuff that might get them, I don't know, in trouble on other platforms. It's madness. Facebook, of all places, Facebook. I was like, what? Let's put it on Bebo. Next, Samuel Lutkust. He's leaked out the Manchester United starting 11, and then also picked his top 12 friends in specific order and given out his love for the day as he does that. That's weird. that's strange. So that was a weird, just little wrinkle in that story. Oh, and also that was to really pat himself on the back because he was friends with Jose. That was the other part of it, wasn't it? Was that friends with Jose? Because I used to a bit of it's a weird flex actually, isn't it? I used to leak the team when Jose was the manager, and he actually really liked it. So I got a shirt last time I saw him because I was such a pain in the ass. It was it was just a bizarre story, wasn't it? A very strange and bizarre story at the weekend. But as of right now, we haven't heard anything. So there you go. We've got over 1,200, or close to 1,200 people watching at the moment. We're currently at 315 likes. Let's see if we can get it to 500 nice and early. As I mentioned, team news, I think in 15 minutes. I think, maybe. But we shall see. Again, I can't remember. I think it's an hour and 15 across the board now. It might be an hour. But if that is, we're either 15 minutes or 30 minutes away from official team news, and not hearing anything at the moment, which is interesting. Ridwan in the chat says, what's the plan when the channel hits 200k subs? Ask Flex. As far as I'm aware, and this is not confirmed, so don't hold me to this, please. But as far as I'm aware, I thought it was another party. Obviously, we did have the 100k party, which was a lot of fun. I believe it would be another one, but I don't know that to be accurate. I don't know that to be completely accurate. So, as I said, don't hold me to that one. But I think that's the case. I think. Star-Lord, with just his predicted starting 11. This isn't the actual starting 11. He says, my starting 11, Onana, Yoro, De Ligt, Martinez, Ahmad, Malacia, Ugart, Cobby, Bruno, Garnacho, Højlund. My predicted 11, Onana, Yoro, Maguire, Martinez, Casemiro, Bruno, Dallo, Malacia, Ahmad, Garnacho, Xerxes. Yeah, I think if I had to predict, and we kind of did this morning, but if I had to predict, I would go with Andre Onana in goal, obviously. I think the back three. I think it would be Lenny Yoro. He didn't start at the weekend, so I think that means he starts tonight, perhaps. Middle centre back. I suppose it'll be De Ligt or Maguire. I just don't know because it's also an important game. You know what I mean? So I think rotation, but I also think you take it somewhat seriously. But De Ligt's played a lot of games recently, so maybe Maguire. Left centre back. I think it'll be Leacher again because not many other people. You never know. It could be a Lindelof, maybe, but I'm probably going to go with Leacher. I don't think you'd want to change every single centre back, so that's why I go with it being Maguire and Leacher. Wing backs, Malacia again because it's sort of like he's doing the 45 minutes every. He's doing the 45 minutes every other game, isn't he? So I think Malacia. Right wing back. Could be Dallo or Ahmed, but I'm gonna go with Dallo. Midfield, I think Casemiro, Kobe. I'm gonna go with. Well, it depends where Bruno is, of course, but I'm gonna go Casemiro, Kobe. Then I think maybe Bruno, maybe Bruno, Garnacho, Xerxes, and then maybe Ahmed is the right wing back. Perhaps. We do have some team news. Actually, this isn't team news. This is squad news, and it's the same squad news. It's the same squad news that we had yesterday. Samuel Luckhurst is reporting. Of course, he was the person to report this yesterday anyway. This time, he hasn't done the whole team, and this time, he hasn't posted it on Facebook. It's interesting, isn't it? He doesn't want to do it on Facebook this time. Almost like if you put it on Facebook, you're not going to get the heat of if you put it on football Twitter. But he has said that Manchester United have arrived at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in North London and no Marcus Rashford, as reported yesterday. So it would appear, indeed, as we kind of thought, considering he wasn't spotted travelling with the squad yesterday, that no Marcus Rashford in the Manchester United squad once again this evening. Now, whether that's the same reason for as it was on Sunday remains to be seen. I think that it's going to be said that the reason that he's not with the squad this evening is because he's ill. Of course, he was sent home from training on Monday. This was something that Ruben Amorim did say in his press conference, didn't he? It was in the embargoed part that he trained, he was ill. When did he train? Trained Sunday. Then he missed the training afterwards because he was ill. That would be Monday. I don't know if he did training on Tuesday. We know that, of course, he visited the school, the primary school on Tuesday, and that's where he did the interview with Henry Winter. Don't know if he was involved in anything yesterday. Of course, he didn't travel with the Manchester United squad yesterday. So, would appear no Marcus Rashford. I would assume if he's not if. My goodness, imagine me saying if when a whole press conference was dedicated to asking questions about Rashford. The suggestion would be that I think that he's ill. So no Rashford this evening. Let's see if we can find actually anything else. In terms of the squad or anything like that. So yes, no Marcus Rashford, and once again the Samuel Luckhurst. Yeah, Samuel Luckhurst. He is such. This I'm not even joking, guys. Right, I just clicked on the Manchester Evening News. They've got like a live blog that their different reporters update. And this post is from Samuel Luckhurst on their blog at 9 minutes past 6 here in the UK. So that's what, I don't know, 20 odd minutes ago. And he has said, and I quote, "The pearl-clutching contingent of the United fan base must be delighted a team has not leaked at the time of writing when grown men are... When grown men are frothing about team news on their WhatsApp group on a Saturday night, they probably need a new hobby in life. In all seriousness, the quietness on team news is inevitable after the noise over the weekend. United believe a network of people are responsible. I got the team on Saturday evening, and I'm certain of one person responsible." Can you imagine the language that he is using in there? Pearl-clutching contingent, and the irony of saying that if you're frothing about leaked team news in a WhatsApp group on a Saturday night, you probably need a new hobby in life. You're posting it on Facebook, mate. You're the one posting it. Talk about needing new hobbies. New hobbies, you're the one doing it on Facebook of all places. Oh, was he playing next Farm Simulator? And now he's going, and on top of that, it ends on a brag. Ends on a brag as well. I know of one person. Oh, great. Tell us then. The only one pearl clutching is you. Complaining on your blog again. Jeff. Yeah. Whatever. Unbelievable. It's also been said, according to Stephen Ralston from the Manchester Evening News, that Matthijs de Ligt is also not in the squad tonight. Now, reasons as to why, don't know just yet. Could be a case of, once again, either illness, could be being rested. As I said, has played a lot of football for United over the last few weeks. I can't get over that post. That is such... I mean, that is peak Luckhurst, isn't it? That is peak Luckhurst. He writes that on Facebook and then is complaining about people getting angry at him, and then also bragging that he had the information. And also suggesting that his readers, the people he's doing it for, his readers, they need a new hobby. Yeah, just go and insult your audience, my friend. My word. Bloody hell. That is mad, isn't it? But yes, no Marcus Rashford in the squad. No Matthijs de Ligt in the squad this evening. But I don't think, obviously, people didn't expect Rashford to play anyway because of the illness. And de Ligt, like I said earlier on, played a lot of football. My predicted team didn't have him in it. I thought it would probably be Maguire instead. So now that kind of makes me feel even more certain it will probably be Harry Maguire instead. But of course, we shall wait for the official team news and see and see what else they say. We've got over 1,300 people watching at the moment. We're close to 400 likes. Let's get to 400 on the road to 500 likes. As I mentioned, official team news hopefully will be coming out fairly shortly. As I mentioned, Flex, he's going to be at the stadium this evening. He's going to be in hospitality, and here's his thoughts on the game on his road trip earlier today.
For our Carabao Cup quarter-final game against Spurs at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, it is time. Listen. I would love nothing more, please, than to knock these men out. They always need the trophies. They're fighting every year. I need the DNA of the Tottenham to kick in. Yeah, because I've been chucking it about that. It's only Spurs. But last time I did that, they slapped us 3-0 under Eric. Yeah, crimes against football. And a lot of them, I spoke to Jeremy O'Hara yesterday, done a little shoot with him. He was like, we slapped you 3-0, rare. It's different, yeah? And I want to show under Ruben Amorim that we know what we're doing. We can give a good account of ourselves, and we ain't scared of no one, yeah? We know we got a lot of gears to go up. We know we got a long way to go. We're not a great team yet. Of course we're not. But we have an idea, and we're way more organised. And that should help us, because I think we can frustrate Spurs today. Spurs will come out the traps. Oh, when the Spurs go, all that, singing their songs to dare us to do all that shit, yeah, whatever. They'll be loud at the start, yeah? But as long as we don't concede in them first 10, 15, 20 minutes, yeah, and then ease our way into the game, they will give us chances. I think I heard Udogie wasn't available. I'm not sure if they've still got to play Archie Gay at centre-back, all these things. But they haven't got a full complement as well. I don't think Romero and Van der Ven are in there either, I think. So, you know, we have to go for them. We can cause them big problems. Now, who starts for us? Let's get to Garnacho, because I think he's going to start. Personally, I think he's going to start. And we need a big reaction from Garnacho. He must respond. You know, Ruben Amorim's already said in the press conference he was angry with him. Garnacho was angry with him, and that's good. That's the response you want. He's changed really well. That's what we want from the kid. When you get a setback, when the manager's questioned you for a week and said, as a consequence, you're not in the team for, you know, our biggest game of the season away from home, apart from Liverpool, yeah? You better come back fighting, all guns blazing. You better come out swinging, brother. Round one. And I want to see that from Garnacho today, if he starts, which I believe he will. He was in, you know, not great form leading into that mishap that led to him not being in the team against Man City. So he wasn't playing too well before that. He's lost his way a little bit, and hopefully, the this is the wake-up call that he needed to get back on track. He's got a lot of adapting to do in general, because him playing as an inside 10 is not natural to him at all. It's not natural to him at all. So I do worry about the long-term future of him adapting to that role. But we've got to give him time. It's very, very early under Amorim. And if he does get the nod, I think he's travelled with the squad. And like I said, Ruben Amorim said he's responded really, really well. Then that's what you want to hear. The Marcus Rashford situation is a bit different because, listen, at the time of recording the road trip, I don't know if he's travelled. There's reports from Manchester Evening News saying he hasn't. And also, I don't know the reasons why he ain't travelled. So I ain't going to sit here and have a pylon and just be like, it's a disgrace, he hasn't learnt his lesson, rare. We have to wait to see what Ruben Amorim says before the game. He might say he had a temperature the first day, so he's a day behind training, so we just thought that, you know, it would let him recover. Or he might say he trained all right, but, you know, I've only got a certain amount of players to pick from, and this is the team we thought that was best for tonight. If he says that, that would again suggest he's not meeting the level, and then that we can have a discussion then. But right now, there's no need for me to throw more hot water. More fuel to the Rashford fire right now when I don't know the reason why he hasn't travelled. And that's a rumour. That's an early report from Manchester Evening News that he hasn't travelled at the time of recording. I haven't seen anything definite yet. As the day goes on, that may change and more might come out. But I don't know if he is or if he isn't. If he is there, then again, it's the same as Garnacho. I expect a reaction. You said you don't want to be here and this, that and the other, but whilst you're still a Man United player, you got to do your job. As Roy Keane says, you got to do your flipping job. I'd bring in Yoro. It'd be nice for him to start big away game. It'd be nice for him to not come on when we're 1-0 down in these flipping big away games. It'd be nice for him to start one of them. Obviously, his only start came against Forest, and we had a tough day that day. And he had a tough day against Chris Wood in the end. But he wasn't terrible in that. So I would start him. Be interesting if Mazraoui needs a little rest because he's been playing loads of games. Ahmad is the one in it. Obviously, we want to see him start because we're way better with him. He's our best attacker right now. But Ruben showed us like he does rest a lot of players. When we thought he had to play against Arsenal and he didn't, we were like, wow, couldn't see that coming. And in a couple of days' time, we got Bournemouth at home. You know what I mean? And the league is our bread and butter, man. We really need to be picking up points in the league. You know, Tottenham play Liverpool. I think Man City play Villa. There's a lot of teams playing each other, and Bournemouth is not an easy team. It's got shades of Forest all over it. You know what I mean? They're a good team, and I know you can only focus on the game in hand, but we do have to look a little bit further ahead, and that's why I don't think Ahmad will start. Do you know what? I think he'll go Malacia left wing back and Anthony right wing back. Midfield, Kobe and Garnacho, I think it'll be. And then in the 2-10s, I think it'll be Garnacho and Bruno. And I think you probably give Joshua Zirkzee a start as well, because again, there's a game in Friday, Saturday, then it's the game in 2 days' time. There's a game in 2 days. There's only got 2 days rest, and then they wake up on Sunday, and then we got to play Bournemouth at home. So that day doesn't count. So there's only 2 days rest for these guys. And it'll be interesting to see how seriously Amorim takes the Carabao Cup, because what we knew with Eric, it didn't matter who we played in what competition, what league the opposition were in. Man playing the strongest team every. One thing you couldn't F with Ten Hag, he took cup serious, and it worked because we won 2. We won 2 trophies in the 3 years he was here, or 2.5 years he was here. So I don't mind that. But obviously Amorim is trying to instill a whole new way of playing. We have a lot of injuries, or the same culprits have started to creep up again in terms of Luke Shaw and Mason Mount, unfortunately. So we still got to manage the rest. So I don't think he'll go reckless. I do think he'll ring in the changes. I don't think it'll be the same side that played against City. I'll be stunned if it was. That's more likely to be against Bournemouth. But whoever plays, they just got to show a reaction. And look, Spurs are not a good team. Look, the fact that they beat Southampton 5-0 doesn't mean shit. They've still got a lot of problems. We know the things they're good at. You know what I mean? They can attack really well. They're very direct. You know, Kulusevski's top. I think he's fantastic. You know, they can hit you on the break. Udogie's fantastic as well. I like him. They got players coming into midfield. If you let Maddison have too much space and time on the ball, listen, he's effective. So we're aware of their threats. You know, Son, he might not be the Son of old, but you can't make stupid mistakes of him. He'll give him, open looks at the basket, as they say in basketball, because he will punish you. He's still Son. So I'm aware of how Spurs can play. And look, although Cucurella slipped over twice, that is what they can do to you. They can punish you on the break, you know what I mean? And they can attack in numbers, and they commit a lot of numbers forward. They've got the bozo gene. They can't defend properly. Fraser Forster's not the best and all that stuff. So we can cause them trouble. I'm very, very confident in that. But at the end of the day, you know, they will want it. Not want it more than us, but the club will anyway. You know what I mean? We're just trying to learn our way with the new manager and focus on the league and that and the other. But Carabao Cup, if we win it, great. But it don't really do much for us. But let's go and smash these up, man. It's only Spurs. Let's do it. We're going to win on pens. 1-1. And then we're going to go through on pens. I think let's shit the bed on pens. We ain't losing today. We're going through to the next round of the Carabao Cup. Let's do it.
That's what he's saying. He's saying we're going to win on pens. I tell you what, we could be in for a long evening if that's the case. Of course, you know, that is what it's like in the Carabao Cup, remember. A couple of things actually, Flex, he raises a good point there. One, this will be decided tonight. If it's a draw, straight to pens. No extra time in the Carabao Cup, I think, as well. Straight to pens. On top of that, no VAR. So it's a VAR-less game, which can lead to some controversy. I believe, was it Arsenal's equaliser? I think it was last night against Crystal Palace. Should have been given offside. It wasn't. So no VAR. No extra time. It gets decided tonight, and we shall see. Once more, we were wondering, weren't we, before we said, I said to you guys, well, when does the team news actually come out? Is it actually at 45 minutes? Is it an hour and 15 rather before kickoff? Or is it an hour before kickoff? It would appear that we've already got our answer for that one, because it looks like, I think, the team news will be coming out at 7 p.m. So an hour before kickoff. So team news will be on its way in about 13 minutes time. So, and to be honest, and still, the fact that it is 13 minutes before kickoff, team news is actually going to be out, and we've got nothing. We've got zero leaks. To be fair, I don't know if that's credit to... Is that credit to United, or is that, just the fear? It's probably a bit of both, isn't it? What do you guys think? Is that a case of actually, credit to Manchester United? They've actually nipped that in the bud. I mean, Carabao Cup on a Thursday. Are the leaks going to be back in full force come Sunday? We're playing Bournemouth at home. We'll see. Fool me once kind of situation. But the fact that we are 12 minutes away from the team news coming out and we know nothing. I mean, recently, obviously I mentioned at the weekend, we got it the night before, but even prior to that, you'd get to kind of this stage, wouldn't you, where 12 minutes before it came out, you would near enough know the whole team, or you could very much put the pieces together. You maybe have 7 or 8 out of the 11 had been confirmed of this person's going to be playing, that person's going to be playing, or what have you. You could kind of put all of those pieces together. So the fact that we are 10 minutes or so away from kickoff, away from the team news coming out, and we've heard, nothing. The only thing we know is literally just because of people using their eyes. I mean, the journalists, Samuel Luckhurst and the Manchester Evening News, are at the stadium and they've gone, oh, Rashford's not here and De Ligt's not here. They're not going to be available. That's it. It's not like people have seen the team sheet. People have just said, oh, Rashford's not here, De Ligt's not here, so they're not involved. That's the only thing we know at the moment, which is pretty significant. So whatever United are doing regarding sort of the fear tactics, or looking at people going, we think you're involved in this, and we think you're involved in this, and we think you're involved in this, and I'd have a word with your agent, because I'm telling you now, if it comes out on Thursday, we'll know it's you. Or have a word with, I don't know, one of the physios. I'm not saying that is the case, but let's say allegedly it was, hey, if this comes out, we'll know it's you, or you do what you do in anything to prevent leaks, isn't it? Is you sort of prevent, or you kind of compartmentalize the information you're giving out. So you say, it's kind of like the Sir Alex thing, isn't it? You say to individuals, right, you're playing on Thursday. What's the rest of the team? Can't tell you that. Can't tell you that. So you're playing, that's it. You're not playing, that's it. So, maybe that's what they're doing. But whatever they're doing this evening, so far, it has worked. No doubt about that. As far as moving forwards, I hope that is the case. I don't want a pre-match that's dominated by, people giving out information about the team. And this is kind of the discussion Flex and myself were having, I think this morning, or on one of the morning shows recently, when we were sort of saying that, when it comes to all of this, leaks are inevitable, and they're not. It's not a new phenomenon. That's the thing that's worth pointing out, isn't it? This isn't like it's a new situation. Team news has come out very often over the years. I think maybe it's the nature and almost the severity of it at the moment. The fact that people are able, the night before to know the team on a regular basis, because there have always been stories, haven't there? There have always been stories about, a big Champions League match and the Real Madrid team gets leaked out the night before, or a big Champions League match. The Barcelona team's been put into the press and all this kind of stuff. But that does happen. But I think it's the frequency and the specificity and the availability of the team. And again, it's not a Manchester United specific issue. I think it's worse at United because, again, it's so readily kind of available, I think. We're less than 20 likes away from 500, which is fantastic. We've got over 1,500 people watching, which is fantastic for the pre-match, as I mentioned. Official. This is going to be a pretty interesting moment, guys, isn't it? Official team news is going to be out in 8 minutes' time. And together, we're going to find out just at the same time who's playing for Manchester United. And also, this is the other thing that's actually, I suppose, worth pointing out, is that for a lot of people, for a lot of fans anyway, because we kind of forget in this space, the sort of football Twitter bubble or the football content creation space, that there are a lot of fans who aren't involved or don't really care about the minutiae of all this kind of stuff, right? I always use my dad as an example. If I talk to my dad, he'll find out the team news when he turns on the telly, let alone not even before when it officially comes out. He'll turn on the TV. Who's playing for United tonight? Team news comes up. All right, he's playing. He doesn't care. He's not looking on X, 2 hours before to see who's playing or who's not playing. But that doesn't mean, of course, it's any less damaging. And you have to make the conclusion or the jump, don't you, that if someone in social media world can find out the team the night before, then just think what the opposition can do. Not that they can't predict a team anyway, because they've got analysts and people who that's literally their job, is to scout the opposition team and get towards an educated guess of who's going to be playing and different permutations. Right, this person could play, that person could play, or what have you. So yeah, that's not necessarily a completely novel concept. Also, as you can see there, guys, in the top right-hand corner, we are now less than, even lesser than 100 subscribers away from 185,000. Yes, that's a nice round number, isn't it? That is a nice round number, 185,000. So if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe. Let's see if we can do it this evening. Let's see if we can hit 185,000, and then we'll be getting closer. We'll be getting closer and closer to 200k. What a nice little Christmas gift that would be. So yes, click the like button and be sure to subscribe whilst you're out. We've already hit 500 likes, which is brilliant. And as I said, team news, official team news, when we're all going to find out the actual starting 11, the match day squad, we're all going to find it out together. It's like opening your Christmas presents together on Christmas Day, isn't it? We're all going to sit around and go, right, what's the Manchester United team? And also, because of the way that United release their team news, when the graphic comes out, we're going to have to figure out not only who's playing, but we'll have to also figure out in what positions. We'll have to figure out in what positions people are playing too, because, of course, Man United put out their team news in numerical order, which is the biggest pain in the arse, isn't it? Because you then go, right, this person's playing. Right, that means this person's probably playing here. That means that person's probably playing here. They don't. I just wish they'd put it out in terms of the actual positions. It'd be a lot simpler, wouldn't it? But United do the thing where they put it out numerically, which is always a pain. It's always a pain. What are people saying here in the chat at the moment? Clover says, I do the same. What in terms of finding out when the team news is officially put out? Skiliano says what it does is cement the opposition's tactics for the game, giving them an advantage over United regarding the leak stuff. People put in their predictions. Actually, another thing, guys, put in not only your prediction for the scoreline, but also where you're watching from. The UV community, of course, is global, and particularly in these sort of evening games, it's a good time for most people actually around the world to watch the game. So let me know what your prediction is and also where you're watching from this evening. Kenny Fan TV says, why does Carabao Cup have 2 semi-final legs? Because it always has, isn't it? Isn't that always how it's been? I don't know. Maybe, I don't know, revenue? Oh, why? Fairness? Well, I suppose because they're not on neutral grounds, right? When it comes to FA Cup, their semi-finals are on neutral territories. So they've got to have a level of fairness, perhaps. That's a guess. I don't know that to be specific, but I would assume that's maybe the case. I always liked the day in the FA Cup when they had the neutral grounds that weren't Wembley. You know, Man United, if they got to an FA Cup semi-final, more often than not, they play at Villa Park against whoever. And then you get other teams play at Old Trafford or something like that. I used to like that. It just felt a bit special. And then when you did play at Wembley, or for a while it's the Millennium Stadium, wasn't it? It just felt a bit more special, didn't it? It just felt a bit more special. We're getting a lot of predictions and locations in the chat. Phillips watching from Ghana says 3-0 United. Jan says a 4-0 win from Montreal. Seriously, he's in Norwich. Says 3-2 United. Big up. Yank says 2-1 Indiana, stateside. Nessie says 2-1 United, watching from Washington, D.C. Chris says 0-0, but win 5-4 on penalties. D. Trizzy says 2-1 United, watching from Sydney, Australia. Liam, one of our members, says 2-1 cooking tea in the Peak District. Come on. Delicious, Liam. I hope you enjoy your dinner. What you're having. V's watching from the Netherlands says 3-2 United. There's a lot of positivity in terms of the scoreline this evening. I like it. The halftime of Vegeta says 3-1 United from South Africa. Prince says 3-2 for United, watching from Western Canada. There's a lot of 3-2s, isn't there? There's a lot of names watching from Flex's Dungeon. We don't talk about that here. You know, we don't bring that up. Leave the dungeon conversation out of it. It's a bit much. It's not really. It's not. I know it's late, but it's not that kind of late. You know, and we don't advocate dungeons here on the channel. Yeah, we don't. Liam says, for those wondering, for Liam's tea, fish fingers, roast potatoes and green beans, all with gravy. Kind of the information you're getting this evening. It's big up, Liam. We've got Lavezzi watching from Dubai, says 2-0 United. 5-2 from Zimbabwe. I saw a lot of 3-2s. My prediction's 2-1. Flex was saying penalties. Of course, I could see it. I could see it maybe going to pens, but I just think Spurs are a weird one, and it's kind of what I know that Abby and Flex were going back and forth on their match preview, which we'll show you in a bit. But Spurs are a weird one because just when you think they're going to be consistent, they will lose against a weird team or a stupid team. Spurs will give you chances. I don't think Romero and Van der Ven are back yet. I don't think. So they might be a situation where they're playing Dragerson and Archie Gray centre back, which means we'll get chances anyway, but get chances against a dodgy back four. So I think it's there for us. And my goodness me, what a big moment that would be for United of our away record, obviously mainly in the Premier League, but our away record in general has been so bad. Against sort of top teams away from home. Our recent record at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium hasn't been great. Last couple of times we've gone there. To win back-to-back games against City at the Etihad and Spurs at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, I think would be really big for this team and also really big for Ruben Amorim of just sort of getting that judge off our back. Because there's a period of time, isn't it, where it's just felt so unlikely we're going to win a big game away from home. Right, team news, guys. We're getting it together. At the same time. This is nice. In goal, this is quite an interesting one. I said one person I think we could guarantee would be Onana. Wrong. In goal, it's Bayern. Now, we've got a back three of, and this is the fun part, working this all out together. So we've got Lenny Yoro starts, you would think, at right centre-back. We've got Victor Lindelof starts, I'm assuming middle centre-back. And we've got Licha Martinez. We've got wing-backs of Mazraoui and Dallo. Midfield, we've got Christian Eriksen and Ugarte. So what a strange experience this is all. We've got Eriksen and Ugarte. We've got Anthony. Is Anthony playing in the 10? Is that what's going on? Or is maybe... Yeah, I think maybe that is what it is. So we've got Bruno Fernandes starts, because of course, but it's difficult to figure out. It could be, of course, Christian Eriksen in the 10, but for now we'll go with... For now we'll suggest that it's Bruno Fernandes, and we'll also... I guess we'll say Anthony's in the 10, maybe. You know, maybe we'll go with that. That is quite an interesting one, isn't it? So, yeah, this is heavily rotated. I mentioned before we were going to see just how seriously he took this competition. He's rotating a lot. So, and then Rasmus Højlund up front. In terms of the bench, they write the bench in basically the smallest possible print you can think of. Onana, Evans, Maguire, Malacia, who I thought was going to start tonight, Casemiro, Kobbie Mainoo, Ahmad, Garnacho, and Xerxes. That is the Manchester United team. Right. We will get that up on the screen for you very, very shortly, because there are a lot of surprises in that team. Some I really didn't expect. I thought, well, if Anthony's going to start, he'd start as a wing back. That doesn't look like that is the case. I say looks like. We might have to adjust this team, not because it's wrong in terms of the names. We might have to adjust it in terms of the positions. We might find out a little bit more as the team news is coming out. But yeah, that is very interesting. Now, of course, we did know, didn't we, that Marcus Rashford and Matthijs de Ligt, they're both out of the squad rather, this evening, because well, we don't know specifically the reason why. We're assuming with Rashford it's because of illness. De Ligt, we don't know if it's injury, illness, or maybe just being rested. We shall wait and see when it comes to that one. But yeah, very, 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 very interesting. A lot of stuff that really, really didn't expect this evening from Ruben Amorim. Very, very interesting stuff. I don't think. Maybe we get Mazraoui once again in the 10. Is that a possibility? Perhaps could we get that one again? Maybe. Well, this is what happens. This is, I guess, the beauty of when you do have team news not leaked, is you can actually react to it in real time. Right. This is the Manchester United starting 11 to face off against Spurs at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium this evening. So once again, it's Bayern Dier in goal, not Andre Onana. We've got a back three of Yoro, Lindelof, and Martinez, which, I mean, once it came out that it was going to be De Ligt out of the squad, it felt like, okay, then Maguire would be maybe in the middle, but he has had his injuries recently, so I can't say, totally shocked or surprised by that. The interesting part, I suppose, is when it comes to these wing backs, because there is a possibility, people could be moved here. Anthony potentially could be where Mazraoui is, and maybe Mazraoui's in the 10, or maybe he's in the 8, and Eriksen's possibly in the 10, maybe. The reason I have Anthony in the 10 is mainly because I think, didn't they say he has played there before with Ajax, I think? Or am I just making that up? But we'll see. We'll see if we get any stuff on social media that kind of explains who's going to be where. Once the team actually starts warming up rather, we'll get a lot more information about who goes where, because they do a lot of shape drills, don't they? Particularly when it comes to the back five, we'll find out certainly about wing backs and centre backs. We'll find out a lot more then. So when it comes to Anthony, we should know fairly quickly if indeed he is playing as a wing back or as a 10, and then we can adjust. We can adjust this one. This is also another part of the leaks, isn't it? This is another part of the leaks, because usually with this kind of stuff, when it comes to the leaks, not only do they leak the team, but they also leak like who's going to be playing where, and we don't have that at the moment. So that's very interesting too. Right, now that this team news is out, let's also have a look at some stuff. Right, so according to, well, this is a big story. This is a very big story now, because according to Tyrone Marshall from Manchester Evening News, De Ligt out with illness. So De Ligt out with illness, that's why he's not involved tonight. But once again, the biggest story here is that Marcus Rashford is not in the matchday squad, but according to the Manchester Evening News, Marcus Rashford is fit. He is fit, but he hasn't actually posted, but he hasn't been selected at all, which is very significant. Very, very significant. He is fit. He is available, but he just hasn't been selected. So, I mean, what does that tell you? What does that tell you? Now, I know obviously he's missed a couple of training sessions with illness, but the fact that he has been dropped again, and then again, this is according to this latest news that we're seeing right now, that Marcus Rashford has not been selected this evening in the squad, but he is fit. He's gone. There's no way of dressing this up now. Marcus Rashford's gone. If you thought any different, if you thought any way else that Marcus Rashford was still going to possibly play games for Manchester United or whatever, I mean, he's done, isn't he? He's done. He's not been selected in 2 matchday squads for 2 big games, Manchester Derby away from home, and now for a big game away, Carabao Cup against Spurs. He is fit for both, and he's not been selected in the squad. Meanwhile, Alejandro Garnacho, who of course didn't play at the weekend, he wasn't selected in the matchday squad. He is named in the squad this evening. He's on the bench. So he's on his way back from the punishment from Ruben Amorim. I could be speculating here, and I could be guessing when it comes to all of this, but this seems to me, anyway, is this a ramification of doing that interview with Henry Winter without clearing it with the club, without clearing, not only the interview, but the quotes coming out from the club or anything like that, is very, very significant. So I think there's a ramification of that, because what we have seen, again, is Garnacho's back. He's not in the starting 11, but he's back in the squad. So it was meant to be a one-game thing, basically. It was meant to be a one-game thing. Not happy with your performance in training, not happy with your standards, your attitude, whatever you want to call it. But he's now back in the matchday squad. Marcus Rashford, meanwhile, what's his reaction been to that? Yes, he trained well, but then he also did an interview, which it looks like the club didn't know about. And the quotes came out and maybe blindsided the club a little bit. And he came out and said, I want a new challenge. And Ruben Amorim did say in his press conference, didn't he? Going, I could tell you what I'm going to do, but I'm a bit emotional at the moment. I'll have a think. And what he's done is he's not selected Marcus Rashford again. He is fit to play. Obviously, he has had illness, but he is fit to play. And he's not named in the squad. Not named in the squad at all, which is incredibly significant. I don't see a way back now. And look, he might be named in the matchday squad this weekend against Bournemouth at Old Trafford. We shall see. Oh, Ruben Amorim's having his interview right now. What does he have to say? He's been asked about Rashford. Not in the squad. Not in the squad again. Why has he not been selected? And does it have anything to do with the interview? He just said selection. I chose the players who I think are ready to cope with the demands of playing a strong game. So I tried to visualize the whole week, and he chose the players, and it's just selection. He's just said selection. Selection. He's picked players who he thinks are ready to deal with demands. Rashford's not ready to deal with demands. He says it's always the same with every player, not just Marcus. In the end, he has to make a selection, and that's it. Garnacho, he's mentioned to him. Garnacho's back. What's he shown, good or bad? He said good like the others. He's prepared to play the game. He really liked the way he trained. So it's one more option for the offense. He's really fast. He's good 1 against 1. and need these kind of abilities from Garnacho to help us. So once again, he's just kind of confirmed, once again, to the media, Rashford's been dropped. Same reasons as the weekend. Jurgen Fleck, you're on your own channel. Did you expect this? We thought Rashford, obviously, we knew he didn't travel. We thought it might be illness. But now, not only from the journalist, but also from Ruben Amorim himself, just to Sky, has said, same reason as the weekend, it's selection. That's why. He is available to play, but he's not been selected in the squad.
So he confirmed the Rashford thing, like it's just selection, same as the weekend.
Selection.
Yeah, well, he hasn't met the standards. We said this morning, we're not going to pass judgment and do the whole assumption thing. Let's wait till we hear it from the horse's mouth. He could be ill with temperature, or it's the same reasons as last week. And he said it. So he said, wait, just quickly, what? He said it's the same reasons last week.
He said it's selection. He said, I pick players who are ready to deal with the demands of the game. And obviously all of the reporters are saying the same thing. He said, this is the quote, selection, I chose the players that are ready to cope with the demands of playing a strong game.
And what did we say this morning? So he either says A, he's got temperature, or B, this is the team that's the strongest to win this game, and then, So whatever he hasn't done enough in these however many days to prove that he wants to be here, to prove that his standards have returned back to the required level, happened. Yeah. It hasn't happened though. So
but also it feels like when you compare the situations, look, because you've now got a comparison. You've got Garnacho and Rashford were dropped, right? Garnacho hasn't come out and done an interview. He's on the bench. You've got Marcus Rashford, who has done an interview, and he's not in the squad again. What does that say to you?
Consequences, mate. That's what I'm saying. It says that there's no way back. There's no way back. He'll get into maybe a couple of match day squads here and there, maybe, but we're still into Christmas and then it's January. He might not even do that. Yeah. I hate to sort of throw around wild accusations and stuff, but Marcus Rashford could have played his last game for us. Like he genuinely could have.
Well, he genuinely could have. Flex, January's what?
That's what I'm saying. 12 days away?
It's a couple of weeks away.
so then the window's there. So then you say, right, well, you're trying to sell him, keep him out of the squad in January, and then find a suitor. Yeah. So it's not like the Sancho thing where the thing happened in bloody August or September or whatever it was. This is, and you got to wait a few months. This is like, it's happened when, like, say, 12 days till January. So, yeah, that's not good. That's not good to hear. But, yeah, Abby's saying we'll find someone who would take him, which is obviously true.
But that's why. But we said this the other day. This is also why I think Rashford did the interview, because he realises he's done.
Yeah, he's done. Exactly. It's all become clear. He's done. It's over. Yeah. It's over, mate. Yeah. I get back in a match day squad here or there. But there certainly ain't going to be no sentiment. Rashford started in that interview, said, I've seen the way that some people have left this club and I don't want to leave like them. Well, he's not going in the right direction to make sure he doesn't leave on a real bad one where it's like there was no goodbye properly, like he just slid out the back door vibe. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. You'd like to think, and I know a lot of people don't agree with this because he's not trying, or me personally, I'm a little bit more sentimental on that, on his way out. I wouldn't mind him having the time to sit down with the club media, say the time's come to an end. You want people to go in the right way. But if it doesn't happen, it don't happen. It's not like I care that much about it. I'm just saying if it don't happen, it don't happen. You know what I mean?
And also, you look at the ways that he's again talked about Garnacho versus Rashford. He said about Garnacho, he said he's prepared to play the game. I really like the way he trained. It's one more option for the offense. Versus when he talks about Rashford, selection. I chose players that are ready to cope with the demands and play a strong game.
Ready to cope with the demands. So Rashford is not ready to cope with the demand of this game.
And
also hasn't proven to him that he's ready to fight for the cause.
Yeah, exactly. Because
it could be an extension of, you done that fucking interview, mate. You're out again.
That was my reaction. That was my reaction.
It could even be that. It could be both. It could be both.
Obviously, look, the illness is maybe missed a couple of training sessions, but also I look at it as this was meant to be a 1-game punishment, but you stepped out of line again, so now it's a 2-game punishment.
Yeah, exactly. So it'll be interesting if he's back in the team against Bournemouth and then it quiets everything down again. But there's still long-term future. It's over. It's done. He's leaving. Yeah, he's leaving. So. I am just on the big screen here in the stadium looking at our substitutes. I wasn't actually ringing in, not about the Rashford thing, so I didn't know about that. Just our team selection, mate.
It's a surprising one, isn't it? Absolutely surprising. Well,
I'm a bit worried.
It's a really interesting one because, of course, we didn't hear anything about team news. Nothing. Zero about team news or leaks or what have you. So when the team news did come out, it was surprising. obviously De Ligt's ill. You would think maybe he might have started instead of Lindelof.
Is that an illness? That's why he's
illness.
out? Right,
Yeah, he's not illness. But you've got Eriksen starting. He's been completely out in the cold.
I can't believe that one.
And you've got Anthony, most likely, starting in the
10.
10. In the 10 position.
Because you know what it was? When when you read through the players, because they don't really do it in order.
Yeah.
So you got to do a bit of jumbling, especially with our new formation. And I was like, yeah, Anthony must be right wing back. But it goes, no, but Dallow's there, Mazraoui. But then there's 3 centre half. So Anthony's got to be in the 10, and then there's Eriksen and Ugarte, so they're the 6s.
Yeah.
Unless he plays Eriksen further forward, he keeps Bruno deeper, but I doubt that. But you never know.
Yeah.
But Anthony, that's the only space he's going to go. He's not going to play. I know Mazraoui's played in the 10 before, but that's not going to happen in this system. No. Dallo definitely not. So they're definitely going to be the wing backs. Martinez, Yoro, and Lindelof would certainly be the centre half. So yeah, this is a chance for him in the Ahmad role, really.
Yeah.
I mean, low expectation, I suppose, of him, of what we've had. But at the same time, it's a chance, and he's been hungry. He's been training well, apparently. So let's see. But I'm looking at the Spurs team, and obviously they've got the strongest they can get. And when I just see, Basuma, Sarr, Kulusevski, Maddison, Son, Solanke, look, I know they got Archie Gane, Dragusin centre half, isn't it?
Yeah. So
we could probably get at that. But I don't know, man. But now I've seen our starting team, I'm not confident. Bench is strong, though. Bench is strong. So the longer the game goes, we can make a good game of it. But I'm not too confident off that lineup. But, it's Spurs. There's still pressure on them. So we'll have to see how it goes. But my initial thing was, bloody hell. Didn't expect Bayern here to get... I'd heard you on the way in, yeah? You said, well, if I'm going to predict it, I'll definitely start a banana.
Yeah, exactly. I thought...
You can't predict nothing.
That's always the guaranteed one, isn't it? You know what I mean?
It's always a guarantee. I didn't see one person predict that Onana would be starting.
Yeah, exactly.
Not starting, sorry.
But then I get, once again, maybe that does say a lot about just how Ruben's kind of feeling with this competition.
He's giving him a chance.
You know what I mean?
Carabao Cup, Bayern there, Altai, you're going to play. I'm going to have a look at you.
Yeah.
It's first time. Let's not underestimate that. It's the first time he's playing under this new manager.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's going to displace Onana, no matter what happens. Onana will start on the weekend. But just interesting. Yeah, the keepers are coming out now to warm up. Going over to my left to the away end. I tell you what, mate. In the hospitality, there's only heated seats in there, mate. On the outside. That's mad.
Yeah. Well, they said that's the one thing that Spurs have got is they do have a nice stadium. That's the only thing.
They do have a very nice stadium.
Yeah.
They do have a very nice stadium. So, yeah, we shall see. We shall see. But, I've been warned already, mate. I've been spotted by the stewards. And the head steward come over. Oh, yeah, you're flex. You've been no use for. Can we just ask you a favour to just sort of hand me in the back and no celebrating, please? No, I'm outside. I'm sitting in the seats, and I was like, do not celebrate.
Yeah, don't cause a scene. Yeah.
Yeah, so there you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yes, well, we shall see.
Yes, enjoy, peeps.
Yes,
enjoy.
Big up.
Abby said we'll have nothing to celebrate. She said they're going to win. So,
tell us, from me, tell us sharp. So, there you go.
From Owen, it says from me, tell us sharp. So, yeah. All right.
Yeah,
All right, later, guys.
Peace,
enjoy.
Peace. Yeah, there you go. A nice little message. Nice little message to Abby Summers there. We shall see what happens. We shall see what happens indeed. But if you are just joining us once again, that is the Manchester United starting 11 on the screen for you. We've got close to 2K watching. We're currently at 720 likes. So if you haven't already, click the like button. Let's see if we can get to 1K before kickoff. Kickoff is in about 40 minutes time. Once again, big story is that no Marcus Rashford in the matchday squad today. And the reason why? Selection. According to the Manchester United head coach Ruben Amorim, Rashford is fit. And he could have been available, or he would have been available to play, certainly, but he has not been selected once again. And the reason from Ruben Amorim is selection. Meanwhile, Alejandro Garnacho, the same person who, of course, was dropped from the matchday squad against Manchester City for the Manchester Derby at the Etihad at the weekend. He is back in the Manchester United starting, well, the squad, not the starting 11, the squad this evening. He is on the bench. And yes, very, very interesting. Right, let's get to your super chats and get your comments in, get your thoughts in. This is very, very interesting. Tabaslol says, is Mazraoui playing in the 10 and Anthony right wing back? I don't think so. I'd be very, very surprised, but you never know. John with the super chat says, takes 2 to tango, can't be gone unless someone wants to buy him. Don't think he goes to Saudi, so then who with his wages? Well, this is the other part of it, isn't it? I do think there is this Look, this is the other part of it, isn't it? This is the other part. We said this when the interview came out the other day. Obviously, the thing the event he was doing at the primary school and all that kind of stuff, that was long in the calendar. That's fine, and I appreciate the charitable effort he's doing there and giving the presents out. That's cool. I would never criticize that, but you have to also live in the real world and say, well, how do these things get put together? Henry Winter would have been invited to that, and also Henry Winter would have been told what he can talk about, what he can't talk about. And then once they'd done the interview, he would have then sent, because this is how these things work, he would have sent the interview and the answers to Rashford's people and said, this is what's written down. Basically, you're happy with this. Are you happy with this? And they would say yes or no, change this, we don't like this, what have you. So it was a calculated effort to get his message out there after the Manchester derby. I think it was a calculated effort to make it seem like he was the one who wanted to leave versus Manchester United pushing him out. And I think what we're seeing tonight is a reaction of Manchester United not knowing too much about that interview before it happened, to be honest. So I think that's the situation. I think versus Alejandro Garnacho. And a lot of people were talking about how Garnacho didn't post anything on social media after the game on Sunday, but he also just didn't say anything in general, I don't think, did he? And I think because of that, that's why he's back in the matchday squad today too. So yeah, that's again, that's the situation. That's where we're at. So that is the Manchester United starting 11. As far as other parts of it, because it's not just, of course, all about Marcus Rashford. A couple of surprising things. I mean, obviously, Lindelof starting is a surprise, but we heard that Matthijs de Ligt was out with illness, so Lindelof coming in, I suppose, isn't too shocking. You maybe thought it might be Harry Maguire instead, but Lindelof starts, won't play the whole game, I don't think. Eriksen, that's another big surprise because since he started the Ipswich game, didn't he, his first game, and then since then really hasn't had a sniff at all. So this is like the ultra rotation of players maybe that aren't usually getting a sniff, but also then you look at some other people that haven't been playing as much recently. You look at, say, like a Casemiro. You look at Casemiro and say, wow, he still hasn't managed to get in this team. He's still... it looks like Amorim still wants to have that mix, doesn't he, of having at least some players that are playing regularly to have in this team. So like Ugarte, obviously Bruno, Rasmus Højlund, Leach, the wing-backs. So there is a bit of consistency there, of course, isn't there? There is a bit of consistency and certainly continuity. This is quite an interesting one, actually. When he's asked about the Carabao Cup and what have you, he said, the trophy we want to win in the future is the Premier League, and that's on my mind. And that quote and this team lines up, I think. That quote that he's saying there, the trophy we want to win in the future is the Premier League. And that's on my mind. It says quite a lot, isn't it? Now, certainly not to suggest that Ruben Amorim's going for the Prem this season and he thinks we can win it this season. But I think it does say that, like we spoke about earlier on, there's certainly priorities, isn't there? There's certainly priorities of competitions he's looking at, and certain competitions mean more than others. So, of course, the biggest one I think would be, let's try and get as high up the Prem as we possibly can. But when it comes to the cup competitions, I think the biggest cup competition for him this season will be the Europa League, because that's also, again, an opportunity to get into the Champions League next season. So I think that's the sort of big one for him, I think, in all honesty. I think it's going to be one of these ones, like I said earlier on, I know it's a bit of a cop-out if you do go out, but it's one of those ones we go, we don't really care. We don't really care too much because... we're focusing on other competitions, isn't it? That's what we are. We're focusing on other competitions. And look, we did say that before kickoff. It's not even trying to, put excuses down before you've even lost. It's more just a case of sort of saying, well, there are priorities for us this season, and other priorities just aren't the Carabao Cup. It's the top four, and it's the Europa League. As Mana says there in the chat, it really is. It's the top 4 and Europa League, and the top 4 is going to be a massive ask for us. And even the Europa League itself is going to be a difficult ask for us, given our sort of recent European form in recent years. But still, that's what we've got to go for, really, isn't it? Right, a couple of other things too. In terms of the Spurs team, this is the Spurs team, so they aren't really making any changes. It's a couple of changes from the team that beat Southampton at the weekend, but it's near enough their strongest team that they can do at the moment. They do have a lot of injuries at centre back, hence why you're getting Dragusin and Archie Gray at centre back. As I mentioned, Mickey van der Ven and Romero were brought back so prematurely against Chelsea the other week. I mean, it was a really strange situation, actually, and I'm surprised it's not been talked about more. Is that game that they lost against Chelsea, the 4-3. They started that game with Van der Ven and Romero, and it was surprising because they'd both been out of action for injury, and they aggravated their injuries and haven't been seen since. So they do have a bit of a makeshift centre-back pairing in Dragusin and Archie Gray. Full-backs, they've got Porro and Spence. Midfield, they've got Sarr and Basuma. In the 10, they've got Maddison, and they've got Kulusevski and Son and Solanke. The player really that's been really pulling the strings at the moment, Kulusevski's been really good for them this season. I am a fan of his. I do think he's a good player. Obviously, we know the danger of Heung-min Son, and obviously Maddison can still create something. Dominic Solanke a couple of times has caused us problems, whether it be for Bournemouth or whether it be for Spurs. So we'll have to watch out for them. But, Spurs are certainly going for it, and as they should. Of course Spurs should go for it, because their whole talk about winning trophies, or their whole talk about, Ange Postecoglou, I always win a trophy. That's the thing, isn't it? Always win a trophy in his second season, which he's kind of trying to backtrack a little bit. But the ones to watch in that team, obviously, they do have strong forward players. Kulusevski, Son, we know that they can deliver, as I mentioned, Maddison. And Solanke, he was brought in to be that player that can kind of press a little bit from the front. It's certainly not a Harry Kane like-for-like replacement by any stretch of the imagination. But as I said, I am a big fan of Kulusevski. I do think he's a proper player. And what we have seen with Spurs in games recently, actually, is that when they don't start with him and they bring him on, he changes the game and he makes things happen. I think at the moment he's probably their most informed player. We've got close to 1,800 people watching. We're currently at 780 likes. Remember, we can get to 1K. If you haven't already, click the like button and also be sure to subscribe. We are about, I think now let's have a quick check. We're less than 100 subscribers to go. Less than 90 subscribers to go into 185,000. So I believe it's possible. We can do it. We can do it this evening. So if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe, bottom right-hand corner. Click the bottom right-hand corner. You can make the top right-hand corner move and get closer to 185,000. We'll get the Manchester United team news back up on the screen there for just 1 second. See if we get any more quotes from anyone before the game, because obviously we've got the stuff from Ruben Amorim talking about how the trophy we want to win in the future is the Premier League, and that's on my mind. Also, obviously talking about Rashford saying that he, when he was talking about why he hasn't been selected, as I mentioned, saying it's selection. When he asked why is Marcus Rashford out selection, he said, quote, "I chose the players I felt was ready to cope with the demands of playing a strong game." So once again, I would suggest Marcus Rashford is not ready to cope with such demands. And why? What it does mean, doesn't it, is that this Rashford discussion isn't going anywhere anytime soon, is it? Isn't it? I mean, we saw in the pre-match press conference yesterday that something like 11 questions were asked about Marcus Rashford and none about Tottenham. Post-match, they will likely be the same, won't it? Post-match, in the post-match press conference, there will be a lot of questions about Marcus Rashford. Fortunately, I don't know how it will work. I don't know how it works with the Carabao Cup. When it's Thursday and it's Europa League game, they record 2 press conferences after the game. They do, obviously, the post-match part when they talk about the game, but then sometimes after that they do a second press conference which is embargoed, and that comes out on Friday, and then that's the one for the game against Bournemouth. I don't know if they do that for the Carabao Cup. I'm not too sure, so I guess maybe there could be one tomorrow. we shall see if that's the case. But either way, all talk and all discussion is going to be about Marcus Rashford over the next, and someone mentioned it there in the chat, until ultimately a decision is made about him leaving or whether he stays. I mean, we're heading into January, a January transfer window that, from the Manchester United perspective, is going to be dominated by Marcus Rashford. Now, what I suppose is interesting about this Rashford situation being so close to January is if Manchester United can get something done, in terms of selling him, then suddenly Manchester United could be active in the January transfer market. Of course, I don't think that they would sell Marcus Rashford if they can, which I think is a big oversimplification of the situation because I don't think it's going to be easy. But if they could sell Marcus Rashford, let's say it's 40 million quid, or let's say it's a little bit more than that, whatever the number is, if they do sell him in January, that's pure profit for United. And then suddenly they can start having a look around. They can start seeing if they can bring targets in, which again is very difficult to do, in the January transfer window. But are we sort of coming into or stumbling into what could potentially be a very, very busy and very, very interesting January window for United? I suppose we shall see. We shall see indeed. But very interesting stuff. Very, very interesting stuff. We're about 180 likes, by the way, away from 1K. So if you haven't already, click the like button. Let's go to a little bit from the preview. I mean, they're both at the stadium right now. They were bickering back and forth when it came to the pre-match, and let's see a little bit more than that. Here's a bit from the preview of this match with Flex and Abby.
Slap you up again?
Chance for you to...
Do you remember how that went last time? Remember how our preview went last time before we come to Old Trafford and slapped you up?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was only 3. It could have been 6. Could have been 9.
Who's the manager?
I believe it was Ten Hag, but we still got the same team.
So, whoa. Have you seen what that team just did?
To City?
Yeah.
For 87 minutes or so.
Yeah. So it's different now.
Everyone gets it at City.
And also...
It's all you can eat buffet.
Can I say
or
something?
You can eat it at City.
Can I say something,
yeah,
please? This is a cup game, and your team and cup don't go.
Cool.
Or trophy, or silverware, or merit, or
fine.
success,
cool.
or end goal.
Don't find you wrong.
They don't. So
I find you right.
Yeah. So the 3 points is one thing that you can collect for no reason, where we're pretty much same place in the table with that and a few points. So that doesn't really work out. But when it comes to thing called the T word trophies, it's not really something you get involved in. So this could be a draw and go straight to penalties, and you could shit the bed because again, DNA, heritage, and also let's not act like you've been great since that 3-0 drubbing at Old Trafford,
beat Southampton
because
5-0.
you've been you've
beat
not,
City 4-0 since then.
Andrew's been under pressure. Your
Knocked
fans,
City out the cup.
Your fans have been angry. He's been having a go at the fans. It's back to Inic out and
it's always Inic out. Always Inic out.
It's not all rosy at Spurs.
No,
so
it's definitely not
rosy.
rosy. It's not rosy. It's not rosy.
How do you see this game then? Are you scared?
No, not really. No. Not particularly. And the reason I'm not scared is just because I have faith. I have faith that at home, under the lights, on Thursday night, Spurs know the importance of being in the Carabao Cup. They know the importance of making sure they win something. And I don't think they're going to let me down. Now, that might be an oversight. We've got a hell of a lot of injuries. We've got 8 first-team players out. But, it's good. It's good to get some of the kids involved. It's good to get that squad rotation going because maybe it means more to them. And I don't know. Who knows about the defensive situation on Thursday? Who knows if anyone's back? I don't think they are. I think Basuma comes back, and I think Udogie, who went off as a precaution against Southampton, he'll obviously be back. But yeah, look. I think it will always be a tough game. Obviously, you are a different outfit under Amrin that you were under Ten Hag, but you do still have your frailties. Obviously, in terms of a confidence boost, that's absolutely massive. To go to the Etihad and get that, even if City are, everyone's cup of tea right now. But I don't know. I still feel like Spurs at home. Maybe I wouldn't favour it as much if we were at Old Trafford, but I still favour Spurs at home.
Yeah, I can see. Listen, for your backing of your team, I can see logically where that comes from. And we are still who we are. We're still trying to get to grips with what we're doing. We can still concede stupid goals. Attack hasn't been great. But, that Sunday night against City, I think confidence-wise can do a lot. You've got Ahmad in the form of his career. He's been unreal. Ruben does rotate a lot.
So I was
he
going to ask you
rotates
that,
a lot
because obviously, you know, he didn't have Garnacho, he didn't have Marcus
on
Rashford on purpose, and fair enough for all that. But what do you reckon? Because you've rotated, maybe because you've rotated quite a lot in terms of like your back line. He's going to keep doing that until he decides what his team is.
And just a load of the players, and we got a game. Like, for me, I know this is going to sound like I'm not trying to take the pressure off us or just act like, you know, I don't care.
Yeah.
But I'm just being honest. Like, it's really important for us, yes, to win both games, like this game and then the league game on the weekend. But at home against Bournemouth, like, we really need to start. Like, it's a tough game, and we really need to start getting some consistency in the league, getting points on the board. Listen, the Carabao Cup, I was there at the final year before last. We beat Newcastle. Hold that, mate, Ranton. It was great. This, that, and the other. But we didn't springboard onto greater things. Next year comes, we won the FA Cup. Like, the cup thing is great. I'm not saying at Man United it's okay to just be like, don't
Dash
care.
a cup away, yeah.
But for me, I'm more focused on performances. Like, say we had a good performance and we lost on pens or whatever. Like, it is. I don't.
You're not going to be fuming. You're not going to be fuming if you go out the cup.
I honestly, like, I know this sounds defeated, but I would rather beat Bournemouth at home on the weekend than, like, for beating you. Like, don't get it twisted. Yeah. If we win, like, you'll be back on this desk again. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll be in the stadium, but. And I'll be in the stadium as well. It'll be peak.
With me.
It'll be peak.
Yeah.
If we win, I'm going to bask in the glory. But still, if we do that and then go and draw to Bournemouth or lose against Bournemouth like we did to Forest, like that doesn't do anything for us.
I think that's where we're different.
That's quite interesting, isn't it, what Flex is saying there? Do you agree with what he's saying there? Which game would you prefer to win? Let's say you can only win one, right? And the ideal is that we win both, right? The ideal is that we win both. But would you agree in the sense of you would prefer to win the Bournemouth game? You know, you prefer to win the Bournemouth game than this evening. I probably would agree with that. Like I said, it's not again about making excuses. It's more just, again, it's more just a sense of again where our priorities are at. Our priorities are again Premier League, and also our priorities are the Europa League this season. And I know that we find ourselves back, don't we, in that situation once again. We're sort of debating cup importance versus league importance. It's not to say that none of them are important or anything like that, but once more, we've won trophies. We won a trophy last season. Where did it get us? I suppose it got us into the Europa League, but you know we finished 8th, and this season we're worse, aren't we? We're 13th. Ruben Amorim has said as much himself this evening. That is, like he said, we're aiming to win the Premier League in a few years' time. That's my team news speaks a lot because of that. You know what I mean? So I think that says quite a lot, doesn't it? I think, and to be fair, a lot of people are kind of echoing that in the chat at the moment. Bonehurt says 100% Bournemouth. Darren says Bournemouth game. V says agree with Flex. What else we got? Jalaboy, the comic says, though, I want to win trophies, mate. Dan says he wants to win Europa, surely. Ridwan also says there's more quotes out. Indeed, there are more quotes out. Ruben Amorim has said, just a bit more on the team selection this evening. He has said, Matthijs de Ligt is ill, so we let him rest. He says, Maguire did a good job, but he hadn't played 90 minutes for a long time. So you have to be careful. He said, Ahmad, it's difficult to do so. What is that? Are there people pressing their horn? What's going on out there? Well, I'll tell you what it is. I know exactly what that is. Well, whilst that's going on, we'll play the road trip again, because no one wants to hear the horns in the background. Forget about that.
Slap you up again?
Chance for you to...
Do you remember how that went last?
Was you envious? Yeah, thinking, I wish that could be me.
And that's why I said I would rather be like United and finish 8th and have that.
So why are you shooting me down for saying?
No.
When I look at you are, because I was basically said, when I look at some of the confidence from my team, I'm saying, well, I look at the history of yours and the fact that it doesn't go. Don't be nasty.
Well,
no, I'm basing it off of facts.
Things have to change, don't they? Things have to change.
Do you believe they will? Do you think you'll win the Carabao Cup this season?
I believe that we will beat you.
Or would you beat us and then probably get to the final against Arsenal and get licks?
Mate, I can't cope with that. I'll be on the floor.
You'd rather go out now?
I'll be on the floor. I won't know what to do with myself. Imagine that. And the last time...
That's what you'll do. No matter what happened, you won't win this trophy.
Actually, hang on a sec.
You won't win.
The last time this happened, when
Spurs.
Spurs won the Carabao Cup 17 years ago, which is mental, because I don't know how...
You must have been little, man.
I was, I'm nearly 31, so do the maths. I was 12, 13?
You, man.
12? Anyway, so the last time that happened, Spurs had Arsenal, obviously it's over 2 legs, the semi, had Arsenal. And I remember the first leg was on the second leg was on my birthday, and we won 5-1. 5-1. So maybe if that does happen, maybe it'll be a good omen. Wow. Who knows?
Well,
but then we did go on to win it.
What I will say though is for us, confidence-wise, you know, I think against City and actually from footballing-wise, we're proving that we're a little bit more stubborn. Like we've got more of an idea of what we're trying to do. That's for sure. It's the chance for Garnacho and Rashford to get back in. Maybe, I don't know. Like this is the first time we've seen this manager sort of go bang. This is what I'm doing. Said it's a new week. Said Monday's a new week, new training, new life. They're back in. They're not exiled or anything like that. But will they do enough for him to say that's the reaction I want? You know what? Go at Spurs. You two in the 10s. You two go. I don't know. Ahmad, of course, they're trying to. The manager said, look, listen, it's great what he's doing, but let's keep him humble. We're not trying to gas up because that's what happens at Man United. And he's right. He's saying all the right shit. So, you know, team-wise, I think maybe Yoro will come in, probably get a start. We've got to rotate a little bit. I think that, you know, maybe Casemiro might come in. Agate might rest. But it'd be really interesting to see what Xerxes might start up front instead of Rasmus. Who knows? So, you know what I mean? And that comes with different types of challenges. If he does. But it's Spurs. It is Spurs, and you lot are still fragile. I know you lot just won 5-0, but
missing 8 first-team players.
That's what I'm saying. So you're still going to be missing players, aren't you? You're not at full strength, and you ain't in full strength in terms of numbers, and you definitely ain't in full strength in terms of form and playing good.
No,
you're still under
but
pressure.
Look, even regardless for
we
Spurs,
can go there and give you a good game, 100%.
For Spurs, our whole season is up and down, and you can only look at your last game, and they did really well against Southampton. I know everyone again gets a go on Southampton.
Absolutely, even
everyone does. Yeah. But even still, like that's a good confidence boost. You know, Archie Gray played at centre back. Majority of that game. He's a good player. I'm not having this about Archie Gray. He's a good player.
No, he's good.
Really good, versatile player. Dragason's improved as well. We've seen him have some tricky games this season, but he has improved at times. I thought Lucas Bergvall in the 6 yesterday was great. Asking a lot again of an 18-year-old kid, as is Archie Gray. Like, you know, we're really, really thin. So I expect maybe Basuma to be back. As I said earlier, I think Udogie will be back. Jed Spence came in and was really good. He could be actually revolutionary for Spurs.
So what, Porro, is it like literally Pedro Soro now? Like,
well, Porro's not having a good season at all. And what I would say is I've been wanting to see Jed Spence play for such a long time, and it's annoying that he's not in the cup squad. He's not been in the cup squad. So we haven't even got to see him in that. So for me, I'd be really interested to see him play, if that's an option on Thursday. Him and Brennan Johnson used to work really well together when they were at Forest. Maybe they can get that little bit of rhythm back on that right-hand side together. And I just think that, you know, like Ange said about when he called out Timo Werner, you know, we all know how poor Timo Werner has been since coming to Spurs. In this Spurs squad, we don't have the luxury of carrying people. We don't have the depth. We don't have the quality. So if you're not pulling your weight, get out and then get your chance back. You are not undroppable. No one in that side is undroppable for me.
Yeah,
you know?
You're performing too badly.
So in terms of the only one that actually probably is Mickey van der Ven and probably Udogie, because we haven't got anyone else at left back. Ben Davies would be the cover for left back, which you probably still shouldn't be. But there's no other left back unless you can play Archie Gray there. So I would argue that Pedro Porro has shown me enough poor performances this season that I'm happy to see Jed Spence get his moment.
And it's kind of like, it's a freshness for you, isn't it? I mean, we've had the same when we see like the same player playing every time. Mm-hmm. That's why it's been really refreshing to see.
And your spot back.
Yeah, Rashford, like, you know, had loads of chances, didn't work. You know, Bruno's played in certain positions. He's been moved here and there. You know, Ahmad getting a chance now consistently. It's a freshness about the place. You know, Yoro's new. We're going to see him. De Ligt's been good. Maguire's come in and been good.
And no one should be immune from being criticised if you're a senior player.
Nah.
And no one should be undroppable. Yeah. In either side.
Yeah. No, it's true. All right. Well, listen, we're going to be at the game. In hospitality. I'm looking for, but I just want it to be the perfect evening. I just want all of the different, because obviously you lot have, like, you know, all the that's your main attraction. Spurs, if you come to see Spurs, will I see like a rich history of winning? No, but you'll have a great day out. There's go-karting, there's concerts, there's NFL.
If you do the stadium tour, you will see the rich history, because there was life before the Premier League. First team to ever do the double.
No history.
Loads.
But I know the food's supposed to be good, so I want to be wined and dined.
Hospitality is
fresh ego kid in
yes, thank you.
And also I want to leave with my voucher for the next round.
Okay, well, so what you can leave with
so I'm going to predict
is your sadness and your
so
tears.
My prediction is Tottenham Hotspur 1, Manchester United 2. We will go through to the next round.
Cool.
What are you going with?
I will go Tottenham Hotspur 2, Manchester United 1.
Oh, lovely. Okay, just that reverse.
I was going to go 2-0, but I don't think we won't concede.
Yeah,
so
yeah, and I'd like to say we won't concede, but we do stupid shit all the time.
So neither of us think it's going to go pens.
Do you know what? It could. And if it did, I think you lot shit the bed.
Yeah, 100%.
I think that the pressure, that's where I think DNA and the history of
I'm not sure about Fraser Forster getting down stupid pens.
I would. Oh, I'd love that. I'd love to put you out on pens.
He's been good though. He's been good, Fraser.
Yeah, considering how bad he and how scary it is, he's made some big saves.
37-year-old goalkeeper who can barely move. He's actually been okay.
And obviously Onana on his day can give you 37-year-old vibes.
You know, faffs about with the ball like he was doing a couple weeks ago.
That's what I'm saying. So yeah. Anyway.
Right, we're back. If we hear the horns again, we will have to go to something else. But some people did guess it in the chat. I did. Not that I keep abreast of these things, but I don't know if everyone's ever heard, and I have to be careful not to completely dox myself here, of the phenomenon around Christmas time where basically like people do this thing where like lots of trucks drive through a town and basically press the horn, basically. As Firestarter was right in the chat, basically. It's basically that. Right? There's like this tradition, once it gets around Christmas, they basically drive through a town in this big, like, long line and basically press the horn. And basically it was super, super, super loud. And actually at one point, if I tried to persist through it, it probably got thrown off for copyright. You know what I mean? They were playing, you know, full-on Christmas songs and stuff like that. So we managed to get through it just about. That's why you should always prepare and always have things as backup. Always have clips as backups because you never know. You never know. So yes, that's what was going on. Obviously, it was quite loud. But obviously, Red Brown says, "Why don't you why don't you close the window? Window is shut, mate. Have you heard of like a lorry horn or whatever? They're bloody loud, proper loud." So yeah, that's what was going on. Didn't realise that was today, obviously. So yeah, exactly. That was hours of madness, an absolute madness. I forgot that happened as well. I forgot that's of all the days and times, isn't it? Of all the days and times, just when we're live, it's always the way, isn't it? It's always the way. And you know what it was as well? I was reading out this Ruben Amorim quote, and I could hear because he's a noise cancelling. I was thinking, what? Is that horns? Yeah, is that horns? Yeah. So yeah, they do it every Christmas. So that's why. Ruben Amorim, explaining the Manchester United starting 11, has said Matthijs de Ligt is ill, so of course that's why he's not in the matchday squad today. So we let him rest. Maguire did a good job, but he hadn't played 90 minutes for a long time, so you have to be careful. Ahmad, it's difficult to do without a player like him, but you have to protect the player in certain games, and I chose this game, and I trust the other players. We need freshness against a team that has a lot of speed. Yes, so yes, that's the reason for the Manchester United selection this evening. In addition to that, as Ryan H says, all the things are coming. How many things are coming? It's a bit like that, actually. It is a bit like that. Yeah. Red Baron says, buy soundproof and padding for around your house. It wouldn't even do, honestly, their truck's really, really close there. It wouldn't make a difference. And also, why would I get soundproof padding for 15 minutes every Christmas? That'd be a bit of an expense, wouldn't it? Bloody hell. Yeah, for one, that is a bit of an odd reaction. I tell you what, they're soundproof this whole room. Why? Well, you know, there's a 15-minute period on December 19th when it's a bit loud. Red Brown, also with the super chat, says, anyone generally bothered if we get knocked out? Well, we said that to the comments, you know, earlier on. Some people say they want trophies, others saying it's not a priority. You know, that's something to consider. Adam Collins says, well, the sirens. Wow. Again, I'm not going to spoil the magic. Let's just say that the sirens aren't usually a thing here. Maybe we'll do that. Yeah. What else are people saying online at the moment? Also, actually, a reminder, Again, we go straight to penalties if it's a draw this evening. And on top of that, there is no VAR in effect this evening. So get prepared to deal with some dodgy officiating, some dodgy decisions. We saw it last night with Arsenal versus Crystal Palace, where they did have a goal. I think Gabriel Jesus, and I think he was offside, but no flag. So if the referee doesn't see it or the referee doesn't call it, then nothing's going to happen. It's not going to get pulled back for anything. So no VAR in effect this evening. That is worth pointing out. It's about 10 minutes to go until kickoff. We have less than 50 likes to go until 1K. We're currently at close to 1,500 people watching at the moment. So if you haven't already, click the like button. Also, be sure to subscribe. As you can see in the top right-hand corner there, we are close, well, 82 subscribers away from getting to 185,000 on that road to 200K. So if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe. Bottom right-hand corner, make the top right-hand corner move. Once again, the teams, let's go to the Spurs team. This is the opposition for us this evening. They've gone pretty much as strong as they can. It's Fraser Forster in goal. Of course, they've got the injuries to Vicario and their two centre-backs at the moment. So that's why you've got Fraser Forster. You've got Porro, Dragerson, Archie Gray. Dragerson and Archie Gray with the centre-back combination that played at the weekend against Southampton. They've also got Spence at full-back. You've got Sarr and Basuma as the holding midfielders. Madison's in the 10. Kulusevski and Son as the wide players. And Dominic Solanke is up front. As far as the Manchester United starting 11, you can see that on the screen right there. Some people asking once again, saying, where is KG? A reminder, this is a solo match for you, because if you're actually watching the Sky Sports coverage at the moment, you can see Tyson Fury there in Saudi. KG, that comedian, he's in Saudi. He's not here. He's on boxing duty, so you're stuck with me this evening on a solo match view. Fleck, of course, is at the stadium. He's at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, and as I said, KG, that comedian, he's in Saudi. He's covering the Usyk Fury 2 fight, the rematch this weekend. Of course, that's Saturday, so KG, that comedian, will be there. So that means you're with me this evening, and you're with me on Sunday for the Bournemouth game at Old Trafford, which I don't. Is that televised? Is that televised? I don't know if it is televised at the weekend. Actually, the Bournemouth one. I'm not totally sure. Either way, we'll have it covered here. I'll be doing the solo match view for that too. So yes, no KG, that comedian this evening. He's there in Saudi, but we will have KG, that comedian tomorrow for the Trinity. For the Trinity podcast with Flex, KG, and myself. So you'll still be getting your weekly dose of us three on the Trinity. Of course, that comes out tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. We're 7 minutes away from kickoff. The players will be coming out on the pitch very, very shortly as well. We did hit 1K likes, by the way, guys, which is fantastic. If you haven't already, click the like button. Let's see how high we can go. And be sure to subscribe too. What else? People saying here in the chat, no VAR, Chris Katsu says. How will they scroll us over now? JB says, just got here. Anthony in the 10. Is that confirmed? Indeed. If you actually, to be fair, if you have just got here, there might be some people asking, okay, why is that the team, Owen? Well, of course, one rotation. No Matthijs de Ligt because of illness. He is ill, so he's not involved this evening. And no Marcus Rashford. Marcus Rashford, of course, we know that he hasn't trained a couple of days because of illness, but he is not in the Manchester United matchday squad today because of selection. Ruben Amorim once again dropping Rashford from the matchday squad, meaning that he would have been available to play, but he just hasn't been picked. So once again, all of the questions are going to be about Marcus Rashford, his future, or maybe lack thereof at Manchester United. Perhaps that might be the situation. And of course, now there's going to be obviously a lot of talk about Rashford and a lot of talk about his future. Certainly a lot going to be asked of Ruben Amorim after the game. To be fair, pre-match, when he was asked about Rashford, he had a bit of a wry grin on his face, as it were, because I think he knows that this discussion about Rashford isn't going anywhere anytime soon, is it? In addition to that, of course, after the game this evening, there will be the draw for the semi-finals for the Carabao Cup. Now, I will probably be live doing the full-time view, I think, when the draw happens, most likely. We'll see. But we'll have coverage of it live. So yeah, that'll be the case. Players are in the tunnel. There's Reguilon. Yes, Sergio Reguilon, ex-Manchester United player. Sergio Reguilon, of course, still actually plays for Spurs. And given our lack of options at left wing back, maybe he could have actually been an option. Maybe. In terms of who's it's a big game for this evening, certainly a big game for Anthony. I mean, a lot of people have been talking about Anthony, actually, haven't they, recently, saying how, credit to him. It's weird with Anthony, isn't it? Because of the price tag and because of the wages, what have you. You sort of go, him just, doing okay cameo appearances feels still like the bare minimum. But yeah, he's got his head down and he has worked. And when he's come on, his cameos have been fairly good. I mean, he's been involved in a couple of build-ups to goals, hasn't he? So I suppose in the sort of lowest cup competition that Manchester United are participating in, he deserves a go, deserves a start. And hopefully he can do something, right? Hopefully he can do something. Hopefully he can contribute this evening. And and maybe there is the redemption up. Maybe KG's investment in the Anthony coin isn't completely dead. I mean, he had the investment in, what was it, the Rashford coins. That didn't really, I think, go the way that KG thought that one would go. To be honest with you, it's never completely right. You can be a bit hit or miss with the Kev coins, can't you? You never. Some have risen in value, others not so much, have they? Indeed. But players are out on the pitch right now. We can get the scoreboard up there as the teams walk out at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. As Red Devil says, yeah, the Believe coins have gone bankrupt. Yeah, some of the Kev coins weren't the best, were they? They weren't ideal. Some of the Kev coins, indeed. Get your last minute predictions in. And your last-minute thoughts, also where you're watching from. Very quickly, because they're just going through the teams on the screen at the moment. This is the Spurs starting 11, which is Fraser Forster, Pedro Porro, Dragusin and Gray as the centre-back pairing. And Spence is also at full-back. The holding midfielders are Sarr and Basuma. Basuma's back from suspension. Maddison in the 10, Kulusevski and Son out wide, and Dominic Solanke up front. Of course, Solanke caused the problems, and Kulusevski is, of course, in very good form. In terms of the Manchester United starting 11, you've got Bayern Dia, a rare start for Altay Bayern Dia. It might be his only start of the season. I think in total starts for United, was it maybe like 3 in total, perhaps? Back 3 of Lenny Yoro's back in. Matthijs de Ligt's out of illness, so Victor Lindelof starts. Harry Maguire played 90 at the weekend. Ruben Amorim did say it was probably a bit too much too soon for him to play another 90, or at least from the start. Licha Martinez is the left centre-back. Wing-backs, once again, are Mazraoui and Dalot. Christian Eriksen returns to Tottenham, also returns to the Manchester United starting 11. Manuel Ugarte partners him in midfield. The 10s are Bruno Fernandes and Anthony. Surprising start for him. In addition, Rasmus Højlund's up front. In terms of the bench, you've got Onana, Evans, Maguire, Malacia, Casemiro, Kobbie Mainoo, Amad Diallo, after his heroics at the Etihad Stadium, is on the bench. Alejandro Garnacho returns to the matchday squad, and Joshua Zirkzee rounds out the bench too. Super chat here from Red Baron says, it's so cold in Manchester, got my big coat on. It's a bit chilly. It's a bit chilly here in the UK today, particularly in the north. A bit windy as well. Make sure I get my scoreboard ready with the what you call it and the thingy. And make sure I get this turned off, and we are ready to go. As Spurs play their pre-match song, Manchester United have their pre-match huddle, a little team meeting. And look at that nice round number. We're 80 subscribers away from 185,000. So if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe as well. Bottom right-hand corner. PB says, Anthony going to remind everyone why he's a 100 million player. Well, I hope so. Item Panda says, Bruno appreciation post. Constantly criticised by fans, rivals, etc. But still gets up and shows up every game. Run tirelessly and effective. Well, Manchester United look like they're going to be kicking off at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. And Postecoglou waits his watch as we wait for the referee's whistle to kick things off. And Rasmus Højlund stands over the ball in the centre circle. And a reminder, no VAR. There must be a winner. And if there isn't one at the end of the 90, we will be going to penalties. And we're off. Bayern Deer with a bit of a flat kick. I wonder what Bayern Deer's distribution is going to look like this evening, right? I think that's... wonder how that's going to look. We shall see, indeed. Got my screen in front of me. Right, we're all set up to go. Red Devils 99 says, has KG left the country? Hope the KG curse is avoided today. Yeah, I'm going to be honest, guys. There are some curses against us here on this one. Like my record on the solo match view isn't great. When KG leaves the country, it's not great. Our recent form at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, it's not great. You know, we got things working against us. Red Barrow the super chat says, does Amblue Dabadi Dabadai leave the United fan base if Lindelof leaves? Well, look, if Amblue Dabadi Dabadai is in the chat, I'm sure he could possibly let us know. The big Lindelof supporter, big Lindy fan. As we've got a Spurs throw in at the moment. Porro to take. Took his time taking it. Look at that, Ugarte winning the ball back. First touch for Anthony in a more central position. Gives it to Lenny Yoro. He's getting pressed by Dominic Solanke, no problem though. Look at that, just sort of shoves him off. Oh my goodness me, that was a firm tackle. He's got the ball though. And here comes Spurs on the counter-attack. Man, you know, I got to be careful here. Got to watch Kulusevski. Is there danger? Man cuts it back. See, that's the danger. If you lose the ball in those central areas on transition, be careful. I'll tell you what, Basuma. But here come United on the counter. Here's Anthony. Where are you going to go? Where are you going? By yourself? That's a Spurs throw. But look at this tackle. It goes right through. Who is it? I think it was Anthony. Anthony lost the ball. It was a fair tackle. And then suddenly, Spurs are on the attack. And I tell you what, Kulusevski cuts it back. And it's actually Christian Eriksen who's the one that prevents that happening. Got to be careful losing the ball in those central areas. Already a bit of a warning. United have won the ball back though. Just need to settle. Spurs are such a weird team because they'll have chances tonight. They will. Bayern Deer just kicked it into touch. You know what? Maybe this is a bit early to say this. For all of the people that have been saying, the whole like free Bayern Deer bullshit when they do that. Yeah, free Bayern Deer. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say I've seen him play like maybe 4 or 5 times. Obviously, a couple for United, a couple in the Euros. I've yet to be massively convinced by Bayern Deer. I will say that. I will preface that 2 minutes in, not just in this game, but most of the time I've seen him. To be fair, in the League Cup, was against Barnsley. I think he made a good save. Was it against Barnsley? It was against Leicester. It might have been against Leicester. He made a good save. Was it? I forget which game it was. I think he played one League Cup game this season, and he made a good save. But I've yet to be properly convinced by him. This is probably the biggest game he's played for United, right? Away at Spurs. So we shall see. We shall see. I'm not massively convinced by him. Which is why whenever people... And I've criticised Onana recently, but that's why when people have sort of done the whole Bayern Deer should play instead of Onana, I'm a bit like, I don't know. But hopefully it's just nerves. Here comes Spence. Look at that, Lenny Yoro deals. That's got to be a foul, referee. Well done. Lenny Yoro. Great one-on-one defender. Tell you what, in the first few minutes, Lenny Yoro has actually started very well. Have to remember, he's coming back from an injury, being out for 3 odd months. Graham Jones says sample size, Owen. Well, that's what I'm saying. Look, I will preface that by saying, like I said, I've only seen him play 4 or 5 times in total for United and his country. I've just yet to see him have a good one. But maybe you're right. Maybe it's just a case of sample size. Maybe it's just when we go up, judging it a little bit early. I agree with you. Look how high that line is. That all of the Spurs players are right on that halfway line. Look how high that line is. And then they drop. Here's Eriksen. Oh, is it me or was that camera angle? Oh, maybe it's because of the camera angle they had, but that camera angle looked really weird that they were using there. Maybe it is just the normal one. Kind of spaced me out for a second. But 5 minutes gone, still 0-0. No real major chances for either side. Ball kicked up the pitch. They're going to be a United ball. It is. Alan says, Bayern has been shaky previously. Is that due to a lack of game time, or is he not good enough? I think that's the question, isn't it? Like, that's what people are sort of saying in the chat. They're going, it's just maybe just bit nervous, all that kind of stuff. Well, we'll see. Like I said, I've yet to be convinced by him. I've seen him 4 or 5 times. I've yet to be convinced. And I suppose the only way you can change that is have a good game, look reassured, make some big saves if needed. So we'll see. Ball up in the air. Højlund got a header to it. But Spurs get the ball back. Bruno Fernandes. Ref give a foul. Bruno says he didn't think it was, but gets given. Peacekeeper Mo says, Bayern needs game time, Owen. I think he'll be better than Onana. My Gran could be better than Onana. I think, look, I've been critical of Andre Onana, but I would rather have Onana in goal than Bayern. I've said that before. Long ball in behind. Euro deals with it. Of course, Euro's in the right centre-back spot. And to be fair, that was a good example of just seeing Lenny Yoro's recovery pace in that right centre-back spot. See, such an exciting signing, wasn't he? Such an exciting signing in the summer. It was such a shame for him to get the injury in the manner that he did. But it was one of those ones, wasn't it, where it was a little bit like, still doesn't change it being a good signing for the long term. All ball played through. Martinez stepped forward. He missed it. And Mazraoui manages to block it. I just haven't really settled just yet. That's better. Here's Eriksen. I got space to go into. Eriksen plays it through to Højlund. Højlund cuts it back. Still got the ball. Give it back to Eriksen maybe. Here's Eriksen again. Out to Mazraoui. United's going to pass it backwards. Look, they've done this quite a bit recently, haven't they? Ruben Amorim. If it's not on, he wants United to keep the ball. We did see that at the Etihad, didn't we, on Sunday? I can't remember the last time United went to the Etihad and nearly had equal possession as Manchester City. So we know that Ruben, that's going to be a Spurs throw. Højlund couldn't keep it in. We know that Amorim wants United to keep the ball better. It's one of the first things he said, wasn't it? We need to keep the ball better and we need to improve on our running. Look, here's the evil emperor, Daniel Levy. Da, 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 da. Ball goes out of play. It's a Man United throw-in. King of the Indie says Bayern is not better than Onana. I do agree. I think sometimes just because you might perceive one as bad, it doesn't mean the alternative is better. Bayern passes it to Euro. And Lindelof went for a pass. I don't know if Anthony slipped, but went straight to Archie Gray. The Spurs have the ball back. Draxon tries the ball over the top. Switched out for a throw. Just a shit pass, wasn't it? Bloody hell. As hopefully United settled in the game a little bit more. Settle in the game a little bit more. And just get some possession. Bayern gives it to Mazraoui. Eriksen. Go for the crossfield pass. Tell you what, that is a good ball. I tell you what, that's on. Eriksen. Put it out wide to Dalot, and that's going to be a corner. I tell you what, it was a good spot by Christian Eriksen. I wasn't sure if it was going to totally travel. Look at that. He sees it. It's a great ball. And it's because it's space for Dalot to go into. And that is what you get with Christian Eriksen. You do get a range of passing. And it's going to be Eriksen. It's going to be Eriksen on a corner. Will it beat the first man? I tell you what, that's something. You never know with United recently. Bruno Fernandes is corner taking. I believe the technical term has been shit. So are we going to get a corner to beat the first man? It goes in. It's actually a good corner. Oof. Keeper came for it. I think he got a header. Back in by Martinez. And goes out for a goal kick. It wasn't a bad corner. Well, this is a good delivery by Eriksen. Puts it in a dangerous area. Keeper's a bit flapping. Doesn't lead to anything in the end. It's Bayindir again. Well, Eriksson goes down, wins a free kick. Eriksson's not won either of his 2 returns to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, according to commentary this evening, of which Gary Neville is on. So I wonder if we'll get more oohs and ahs that we got at the weekend. Got a big ooh at the weekend, didn't we, for Ahmad's goal? Kind of an all-timer. Ruben Amorim with a skill on the touchline. Amorim prowling the touchline as he usually does. He's very active, isn't he? Bayindir again. Kick up the middle of the pitch. Aiming towards Anthony. Spence won the header, though. Ugarte, he's claiming a handball. That's a good pass by Eriksson to Bruno Fernandes. Can he find Rasmus Højlund? Passes it. Højlund! Oh, he's wrestling a little bit. It's just kind of stuck under his feet. It all starts from Eriksson, doesn't it? I tell you what, Eriksson started lively. Giving the ball away, Ugarte. Oh, good skill. Dragged it back. I tell you what, I thought Højlund might have been able to get the shot away there. Good pass by Leacher. Out to Eriksson again, he's playing like he's got a point to prove, doesn't he? Crossfield pass, that pass before the pass to Bruno there. Bruno gave it to Højlund. He does have that ability in United, bringing the ball all the way back, keeping possession. Mazraoui to Anthony. Is that going to be a United ball? Not been the best start from Anthony thus far. A couple of heavy touches. Eriksson, though, look, he just gives it a quick pass to Bruno. And it's a really good weighted pass from Bruno. And you're wondering if maybe Højlund can get the shot away. Good pass from Mazraoui out to Dalot as well. Ball across goal. Well, there have been some nice passes thus far. Again, a couple of nice switches. Another good switch there by Mazraoui. It's not the worst ball in the world, that from Bruno Fernandes as well. Godson says, Bayindir is a typical case of absence makes the heart grow fond, and Onana is a case of familiarity breeds contempt. I think that's probably a fair argument there. Son cuts inside, got to be careful. That's got a goal kick. He's saying he thinks it's a corner. I thought that got a deflection. I thought that was a corner then. I thought it was quite an obvious deflection. Let's have a look. You always got to be careful in this area. Son cuts inside, he can just whip it. You see the replay here. Did it get a deflection? No, maybe not. Is Mazraoui. Yoro, ball over the top. Oh, it's not really gone anywhere. Into a dangerous area just to kick it. Son, they're claiming offside. You've got to be careful, remember. No VAR. Sarr, won by Bruno. Oh, giving away in these bad areas. And that is what Bruno does. That's why I don't like him. I mean, he's not playing there this evening, but it's in those areas. It's in those areas that just makes me nervous. Makes me so nervous with Bruno Fernandes, because you'll see it in this game. Does it all the time. All the time he'll do those kind of, give the ball away in sort of deeper areas or middle of the pitch, just outside the box. And it leads to stuff. We've seen it recently. It does lead to stuff. Opportunities, shots at goal. Got to be careful. Free kick, though. Maddison stands over it. Maddison. It's gone short to Son. Passes back. Basuma. Got to get out to him. Got to get out. Porro. Oof. Bayindir pushes it back in. Is that in? 1-0. 1-0. There's no point looking towards the linesman. They're not going to give it. And what did I say about Bayindir? It might have a deflection. I want to see this back because he pushes it right back into the danger zone. Right back into the danger zone. Let's see the replay at this. Let's see the replay. Because I want to have a look at the goalkeeper here. Because if they're saying they might have got a deflection or what have you. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Goalkeeper's got to do better. No, it's not good enough from the goalkeeper. Where is the chat now? Where is the chat now? What were you saying earlier on going, no, he's better than Onana. He's better than Onana. That ain't good enough. I've said I've watched him 4 or 5 times. He is not that. This is, again, where you've got to be careful when we just randomly call for these players to come into the team, because some of them just ain't good enough. He's not good enough. I mentioned it before. Like, he's not that. I've seen him like 4 or 5 times for United, for United and his country. He is not that. And earlier on, where does that free kick come from? Bruno Fernandes giving the ball away in a stupid area. That's why I don't like him playing there. But the people that want to go, play Bayern though, play Bayern. He is not that. He is not. There's a reason Erik ten Hag wouldn't pick him, because he's not very good. He's not. Saw it in the Euros. We've seen it recently. Ball still in. Rasmus Højlund. If you want to free anyone, like they're saying in the chat, free Tom Eaton. Tom Eaton's probably the best goalkeeper we've got, really. But, So once again, you look at both. You look at Bruno for the free kick, giving the ball away, and 2, Bayern, not good enough, pushing it into an area, and 3, defenders, where are you reacting? Get back in. But it's not that. So those people in the chat earlier on that were giving it, oh no, Bayern, sample size, Owen. Bloody hell. Uncle Dubious. Owen's too busy being right to support his players. It was unlucky. No, when people make mistakes, they can be criticised for it. Let's not be so soft when it comes to this kind of stuff. We did it the other week, didn't we? I did the match for you with the Onana one. Remember that with the Onana one? When it went in and people went, well, it curved. How does this come from a goalkeeper? You got to push it wide. And it's in there. He's got two hands to that as well. 2 hands. Push it. Defenders react quicker. Bruno, don't give the ball away. We want to talk about standards at United. We can't concede shitty goals and then just be like, well, that's fine. Godson says, I said absence makes the heart grow fonder. You were right, Godson. The last super chat before this. So 18 minutes gone. 1-0 to Spurs. Once again, Bruno loses it in a deep area for the goal as well. Ugarte wins the ball there. And it's really frustrating because it's so avoidable. Such an avoidable goal, that. It's just poor. And to be fair, there have been reports or rumours suggesting that United are looking at backup goalkeepers. You can maybe see why. Martinez to Dalot in the middle of the pitch. Reverse pass. Diarra to Mazraoui. Manages to keep the ball there. Anthony, he wins a free kick there. And I tell you what, in 20 minutes, he's not had a good start to the game at all, Anthony. But United have a free kick. Hopefully we can hit back quickly. Hopefully we can. Is Martinez. Clips it up the line towards Dalot. Puts it out wide to Mazraoui. That's better play. Mazraoui again. Anthony on the overlap. He just falls down. What did I literally just said it 30 seconds ago, didn't I, about Anthony? 20 minutes in this game, he has not started well. The only thing that's happened to him in this game is a couple of times he's just been out-muscled. They're going, mate, you got to be a bit of a bastard. Show some fight. Show some strength. Like, that's too easy. Just too easy. Oh. Yeah, playing it around the back. Mazraoui just free ball through the middle. I'll tell you what, Bruno's in. He's in. It goes down. Ref won't give it. Was never anything in it anyway. But, I mean, look, Ruben Amorim's rotated in this game and he's played some players that haven't played recently. Maybe we're kind of seeing why, can't we? You know? And Godson kind of said it earlier on with the super chat, and this is, I suppose, the issue that you can sometimes have with players when they're out the team is you just don't see them for a while. So when you don't see them for a while, you sort of then start going, right, get him in, bring him in, bring him in. Or they have sort of, 10-minute cameos, and we go, bring him in, bring him in. But then when we see him more consistently, we go, yeah. Bruno Fernandes cuts it back. Eriksen! Oh, it's blocked. Was it blocked by Højlund? I wasn't sure if it was blocked by Højlund in the end. Euro ball in. Is that going to stay in? That's going to be a foul. Godson with the super chat says, Anthony's lack of strength makes me love Ahmad more. It was blocked by Basuma in the end. Cuts it back to Eriksen. Did he kind of mishit it a little bit? I think he kind of mishit it a little bit. Hits Basuma in the end. That's a free kick to Spurs. Free kick to Spurs. Fraser Forster stands over it. Ruben Amorim trying to coach his players from the touchline as per usual. I think one thing's for certain. I mean, we know Ruben Amorim likes to make changes. I think changes will be coming. Well, we know 55, 65. Dalla, I'll tell you what. Pass it towards Bruno Fernandes. Bruno's gone down. He's holding the back of his leg. And it's going to be a yellow card. It was just a ball in behind. And to be honest, I'm not really sure Bruno's really going anywhere here. I think Bruno kind of sees the foul coming. Just wins the free kick, yeah. I tell you, and a couple of times, and this is the thing with the high line, isn't it? If you play those sort of cross-field passes or those balls over the top, then it is just a foot race. All right, free kick to Manchester United. Is the delivery going to be any good? Eriksen standing over it, so you would hope the answer is yes. His delivery from the corner early on wasn't too bad, was it? Can United respond quickly? We wait, Christian Eriksen. Here we go. Puts his hand up in the air. Ball in. He goes for a shot. He went for it. He went to put it on target. And it's one of those... It's one of those ones where if you're going to do that, you've got to get it on target. It's a waste. Here comes Spurs again. If you haven't already, click the like button. We're at 1,100 likes. Be sure to subscribe to. How many subscribers are we actually on at the moment? What's that? 75 away from 185k. So be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Oh, it's a short one by Lindelof. And I tell you what, Mazraoui's got to be careful. All right, that's a booking. Because he did a cynical foul up the pitch. And I think he's got the right. He's got the right to look at Victor Lindelof and go, "You've left me short there." It's a short pass. Mazraoui has to commit the foul. Avoidable booking. Very avoidable. And now Mazraoui with the booking. See, that's one of those ones, if that was me, I'd turn around and go mental at the player. He got me a yellow card. Look at Ruben Amorim. Look, his head's down. Can't watch. Can't bring himself to watch. I think he's purely having like a frustration break at the moment. Oh, he's been turned. He's been turned. Oh, better saved by Andir. Kulusevski just spins Bruno. Ball into the box. Just turns him, and he's through. Ugarte, I tell you what, he wins a throw. Well done. I tell you what, Ugarte does really, really well. They're surrounded by 2 players and wins a throw-in. That's a quick look at this. Just rolls Bruno. Keeper makes a save. Should save that one. But that'll be hopefully a bit better for his confidence. But after the one from the first goal, sometimes you can see keepers just completely collapse. So makes a save there. Hopefully that will settle him down a little bit. Here's Son again. Plays the ball in behind. Remember, we aren't going to be rescued by VAR if it is offside, because there is no VAR this evening. Kulusevski. Is Anthony going to make that? No. And I tell you what as well, you look towards Bruno Fernandes, but you can go, look, free kick for the goal. Came from you being sloppy outside the box. You got rolled there by Kulusevski. So I say just get him away from our box. I don't like him being close or in and around the box. Spence again. That's a short one. Get that. Pass from Bruno is over hit again. Some of the passes, I mean, we've had some good crossfield passes, but some of them just been really sloppy in it. Oh, look, all of Spurs' attack going down the left-hand side, going down Son's side. Up against Mazraoui, of course, he's just been booked. And Lenioro. Right, here's Bruno Fernandes again. Uncle Dubious. Good save by Bayern, dear. So that means he's the GOAT now, Owen, yeah? Oh, you've got me, Uncle Dubious. Look at the egg that's on my face. I might as well just retire with that one. You've done me. Here's Martinez. Højlund. Up against Archie Gray. Keeps the ball. Martinez, that's a better pass to Bruno. Dalot. Another ball in, doesn't really go anywhere. Cleared out to Martinez. Mazraoui loses the ball. He doesn't look happy with himself as well, Mazraoui. I'll tell you what, United pressing in that corner though. Don't let him out. Don't let him out. It's into the box. Oh. Comes out to Dalot. I'll tell you what, that's where the pressure works for United. Dalot, it's with his left foot. It's a poor ball in. Ugarte, who actually has done really well so far. Ugarte's carrying on from the weekend, isn't he? He's a proper Amorim player. Just playing backwards, keeping the ball, waiting for that space once again. That's a good space for Mazraoui. He's going to go for that switch again. Looks for Dalot. What's your touch like? That's a good touch by Dalot. He's in the box. Tries to go back to Ericsson. Anthony! Oh. Blocked by Gray. Bruno. That's shit. That's shit. Ain't it? That's shit. That's wasteful. Literally in that first Højlund attack was past to Højlund. That was a good ball. Apart from that, Bruno's had a stinker. He's had that Bruno 30 minutes, isn't it? Where he's just done nothing, overhit stuff. And this is the Bruno dilemma, isn't it? This is the Bruno dilemma of when you start going, right, well, maybe, make a change. But if you take him off, you don't create as much. And this is the point I was making out. Actually, it was in the Forest game. It's not like it's an overprotection of Bruno. It's like, okay, if you take him off, we're not going to really create anything. But he's not playing very well. You know what I mean? It's the Bruno dilemma. Go on, Ugarte. Did you see Ugarte flipping off the media, the press, or the photographers as well when they were having in London? I like him. I like Ugarte. I thought the criticism of him earlier on in the season was just ridiculous. People saying he's the worst. What will be the worst signing ever for United? Bloody hell. Bear in mind, like Bebe exists. Solanke plays a 1-2 with Son. Is Son. Kulusevski. Ball in. Headed away by Euro. Flicked on by Eriksson. Højlund, can you hold up the ball? Spurs win it back. Kulusevski, dangerous. Oh, he's just gone through the legs of Dalot. It's too easy. It's too easy. Dalot recover. Well done. He does recover. Kulusevski's a good player as well. Bruno again, shoved off the ball. It's not there. Not there. Not there for Bruno Fernandes. Not there at all. Danny DeVito with the super chat says, hi, I just got in. How's Bruno doing tonight? You know how Bruno's doing tonight. That's not play games, Danny DeVito. You know. You know exactly how Bruno's doing tonight. As it's 32 minutes, Spurs 1, Man United 0. There have been a couple of, positive moves by, I tell you what, there's a lot of space. It's one ball. Porro puts the ball in. Mazraoui's got to recover. Bayern did as well. Comes out early. Good positioning. I tell you what, I think that was a pass. The person pulls off Bruno as well. Mazraoui passed it, got blocked. Well, through the legs of Yoro, his son. That's a good tackle by Ugarte. It's not a foul. It's not a foul. Look at Ugarte go. Oh, no. Kulusevski. Across goal. Oh. And it's Ugarte again. I tell you what, it turned into a scramble, didn't it? Turned into a scramble. And he goes through the legs of Lindelof as well. He does him. Look at this. This is what I'm saying. This is why he's dangerous. See you later. Through the legs. And Ugarte just does enough. Tanya. Kulusevski. He's a proper player. Proper player. Here's Heung-min Son. Stands over the corner. Referee's having a word with someone. Who's he having a word with? Having a word with Højlund and Solanke. No, it's Dragoson's having a word with Solanke at the back post. Obviously, it's frailties from corners. We know how this usually goes. Bit of a hush over the Spurs stadium there. Flicked into the box. No, there's nothing in it. Nothing in it. Solanke goes down, but there was nothing in it. Oh, just giving it away straight out the box again. Porro, is he going to have a shot? He does, miles wide. 10 minutes to go to half time. No, there's nothing in it. Solanke just fell over for some reason. Basuma again. Son, blocked. It's all Spurs at the moment. Mazraoui. Oof. Højlund goes down. He looks towards the referee. Doesn't get anything. United just can't get out of their half at the moment. Yoro does well there. Anthony. That's a good ball, actually. Towards Bruno Fernandes. Into the box. Ah, it was a good ball by Anthony as well. Bruno again. Bruno's deflected. Not many red shirts in the box there, is there? Lindelof. Yoro. Back to Lindelof. Bruno Fernandes. No, wide. I thought he could have done one more pass towards Dalot. So that was a good ball by Anthony. And again, it's on. It's like the second or third time that ball has been on. Let's hope that eventually United will get that right, because that pass has been on every single time. Mazraoui's pressing him in the corner here. So how have Spurs managed to get out of that? United win it back though. That's good play. That's good pressure. Pressed them in the right positions. Played out of the initial press, but United win it back again. But that ball over the top into that corner is on every single time. But you are looking then towards like a Bruno to say, look, be more clinical. Your final ball there or your cutback's got to be better. You know, Dalot has had so much space on that side. But your decision making has to be better. Because look, Yoro, if he switches it again, although that ball over the top towards Bruno, Højlund should have passed that one to Dalot again. But Yoro, he tries the ball over into that area again. It goes towards Bruno. If it went a bit further towards Dalot, look, it's on. Look at this replay. It's on every time. And the fullback doesn't know what to do because he's got to either go with Bruno. If he goes with Bruno, it leaves Dalot open. If he goes with the wing back, that leaves Bruno open. Like, it's on. The problem is, you know, you've got to capitalise on that before they adjust. Well, if Spurs do, sometimes Ange doesn't really adjust his tactics. Martinez does well, puts out for a Spurs throw. Ref's having a word with Ugarte. Ugarte gets just a warning from the official. 38 minutes gone, still 1-0 to Spurs. Basuma. As Spurs now play it out from the back. Less than 10 minutes to go to half-time. Thing is as well though, there are goals. There are goals in this game. Oh, Maddison slips. Spence, Son again. Sarr is already on the booking. Ball in, headed away by Lindelof. Eriksen flicks it out. Spence to Sarr. Maddison. Kulusevski. Ugarte's got to be careful there in the box. Maddison, Son, central area. Tries to put it through the eye of the needle. Bindier comes out to claim. United just about held their shape well there. Made it difficult for Spurs, and the attack comes to nothing. 5 minutes left to half-time. Hold up play's got to be better there by Højlund. It's too easy. Ball just bounces back. Oh, Ugarte wins it again. I tell you what, Ugarte, once again, he's just picked up where he's left off. He's done so well. Højlund. Give it out wide. Give it out wide. Dalot into the box. Cuts it back to Bruno. And again, I mean, it's towards Eriksen, but the final ball, Bruno. That wasn't the worst ball, but he's trying stuff, isn't he? He's trying stuff in the areas, and you're overcomplicating it. Unnecessarily overcomplicating it too. Where does it start from, though? Once again, Ugarte winning it in a good position in the middle of the pitch. And I don't know how many times in this first half that, it's gone to Bruno in those kind of areas, and it's just been the wrong decision. Ugarte. Mazraoui. Yoro. Is Lindelof. And I guess it's not as if United haven't got into those sort of good areas. It's just that it's almost like, again, when he start. Good switch that by Anthony. Again, that switch has always been on the whole game. Is Bruno once more. Ball in towards Mazraoui. Oh. I'll go out for a corner. United sort of knocking a little bit. Maybe Spurs looking towards half-time now. Mazraoui actually did a really good job to stay on side. He had to hold his run a lot. Here's Eriksen with the corner. Eriksen. It's a floating one to the back post. That's going to be another corner. Put behind by Spence. Another corner. 2.5 minutes to go to half time. Can United get something? Something. Delivery's got to be good. Towards the back post, Lindelof. I did want to keep it alive because it wasn't the best one. Martinez across goal. Oh, he put it into an area as well. Just nobody there. Danny DeFita says, Bruno, Bruno, Bruno. He thinks he's as good as Cristiano. Does he play on the left or right? Doesn't matter. He's shite. He's our Portuguese zero. Now, Danny DeFita, again, not the biggest Bruno fan. There's a break in players there at the moment. They're showing Reguilon, or as KG would say, Regulion. And Lindelof's down. Well, I don't think he was to play the full game anyway. He's just coming back from injury, but he might be injured again. We know he's going to leave at the end of the season. He's out of contract. And you would think, is it going to be Harry Maguire coming on? No, it's going to be Johnny Evans. So Lindelof, again, looks like another injury. Another injury for Lindelof. Again, you might think, oh, why is it not Harry Maguire? I mean, Ruben Amorim did say before kickoff, didn't he? He said that he's just coming back from injury. Lindelof's walking off. So for the second consecutive game, Manchester United lose a injury-prone player in the first half. And look at Lindelof. To be fair, he's got the same look as Mason Mount. He's got the same look as Mason Mount, where he's resigned and he realises that it's not good. So Johnny Evans is on. Johnny Evans goes to the middle centre-back spot. So the other centre-backs either side of him will remain the same. Skiliana says Lindelof's last appearance for United. I don't think so, in the sense that, I think that he, he's going to leave in the summer. His contract's up. Depends how serious his injury is, really. Here's Anthony. Goes down. Ref waves it off. Wins the ball back there. Wins a throw, and that's a bit better. 2 minutes of added on time. Might be a little bit more because of the Lindelof substitute. There's Evans to Yoro. Mazraoui. It's a United throw. And it's frustrating as well, isn't it? Because, that goal was so avoidable for United. Poor from the goalkeeper. Poor to give the free kick away in the first place. It's actually been a fairly even game. Is Anthony. Pass out wide to Dalot. Cuts it back. Ericsson! Oh, blocks. They're claiming handball. No. Well, referee's not going to get it. We can't even say VAR of a look. Again, that's the frustration. That's happened a couple of times as well. That cutback's there. And then the finish hasn't really been the one. I just feel like it has been a relatively even game. Ugarte, look at him win. Ugarte's a monster. Honestly, he just wins the ball back all the time. What a player. I just wish that he's won the ball back and more would have come from it. Because he wins the ball and he gives it. Here's Yoro. Mazraoui. Where are you going to go, Mazraoui? That's a throw in. And that's half time. Just seeing a replay of Ericsson. It's a cutback. And the accuracy is not there. And it's the second time that's happened in that first half for him. So at half time, Spurs 1-0 up. After Dominic Solanke puts it in after Bayern should probably do better from the shot. I tell you what, it's been a weird first half, isn't it? Like I said, you have to almost preface it by saying, I think that you can tell what Ruben Amorim is how Ruben Amorim is kind of treating this competition, but outside of the goal, it has actually been a quite even game, to be honest with you. And that's why it's so frustrating to be 1-0 down, is because that goal is so avoidable in terms of how the ball was given away in the first place, right? Or the free kick, rather, is given away in the first place. Bruno gives the ball away in a stupid area once more, gives away the free kick. And then on top of that, you have the shot. Keeper, there was talk initially about, did he not really see it? Did he get a deflection? Should do better. Parries it into a dangerous area. And this is what I was saying before, that a lot of people with the Onana stuff recently have been calling for Bayern Dia, and it's kind of like, he's not the answer. He's not. He did make a save after that, so he settled into the game a little bit better, but he's not the answer. And then apart from that, a couple of times we put the ball in some good areas. Bruno's been playing like Bruno does. He's been wasteful in certain aspects of it. Anthony's looked really lightweight on the in the sort of right 10 position. Obviously, a lot of people, and myself included, before the game said, big first half or big game this for Anthony. He's got to show he's done some cameos recently and he's done fairly well. Let's see if he can continue with that. He's been bullied off the ball a lot of the time. Hasn't looked too great. But we have had these kind of half chances in the sense of ball's been pulled back to Ericsson, twice? Got to do better in those. He's kind of scuffed one of them, or his finishing wasn't great. That switch is constantly on. To kind of the left wing back position. Dallow's in a lot of space. And to be fair, when the ball's gone out to Dallow, he's made something of it every time it goes out there. It's just not been working. I think that Amorim would probably make some subs. You'd probably look at getting Anthony off, probably put Ahmad on. Højlund hasn't really had a lot to do. He's been resting again a little bit, I suppose. He might, maybe he might bring on like a guy. And actually, again, it depends where he wants to bring on Ahmad, I suppose. Does he bring Ahmad on in the 10, or does he take a Mazraoui off because Mazraoui is on a booking, perhaps? But it's actually been an even game, actually, that first half, and that's why it's frustrating that we are behind, because I don't know if that's necessarily a total reflection of it. I mean, you look at the stats here. And again, possession's essentially even. Spurs just shade it, 52% possession, us to 48. Spurs have had 6 shots. Difference is 3 have been on target. United have had 7 shots. Goose egg, 0 on target. We haven't tested Fraser Forster, and that really has been the difference, hasn't it? We have had opportunities to get shots off at goal, but just haven't been clinical enough or not the right decision. So I think that it is there for us still. The game is still there for us, and I suppose it's kind of a bit up to Ruben Amorim, isn't it? It's up to Ruben Amorim about really what he wants to do. Does he want to bring on the bigger guns? Does he want to bring on the Amad Diallos or whatever and go for the game? Or does he want to persist with the players that he's mentioned, that he's kept with so far? Like I said, Anthony getting bullied off the ball. Bruno, I mentioned this so many times with Bruno Fernandes. Like, people always think it's defending Bruno, and it's really not. This is today is a great example, I think, of the Bruno Fernandes dilemma, which is if you had on the bench a legitimate replacement that was going to create chances, you would probably in this game take him off at halftime or 55 minutes. But the problem is when you take him off, you won't create the chances that we do, or we won't have that element of chance creation. We saw it against Brighton earlier on in the season. We saw it against Forest a couple of weeks ago. So he'll probably stay on. So you've got to keep him on because you don't know what he's going to do. He's going to create something, but as of right now, he's doing the Bruno performance where he tries stuff outside of the boot, weird stuff. Probably the biggest positive in that first half, our best player on the pitch, probably 2 actually. The best player I would probably say is Ugarte. Again, I mean, he's a machine. He just wins the ball back. Every time he's in like a duel or a battle, he wins it. He wins the ball back every time. Then plays it simple, gives it to whoever's next to him. And they should just do better with the ball that he gives them. But Ugarte's been very good. Lenny Oro, looking much more comfortable, much more reassured in that right centre-back position. His recovery pace has been on show too. So I think that you're starting to see why people talk so highly, I think, about him. So Yoro's done well. But I think there does need to be changes to be made. I mean, you probably look at, again, Ahmad maybe coming on for Anthony. Will Garnacho probably come on at some point. And maybe Cobby might come on for like an Eriksen, perhaps. Because Eriksen's a strange one, isn't it? Eriksen's had that a couple of times where he's had some good cross-field passes, but Gary Neville kind of said it on commentary, and he's right in that regard, that when you get those cutbacks, they're big chances, they're big opportunities, and when you sort of scuffing the ball or your shot anyway is going in kind of sort of central areas, that's not good enough. You're expecting a bit more. You're expecting a bit of a better shot or something like that from the player. So maybe Eriksen could come off for a Cobby, or maybe even would it be a Casemiro? I guess maybe. Yeah, I think it'll make a couple of changes, but it's there for us. It's there for us, this game. It still is absolutely there for us. I don't think that Spurs will change. You know, sometimes you have the worry, don't you, of when you're exploiting something so much in a first half, like we are with our Spurs right-hand side, our left-hand side. Everything's coming from that. Bruno's going into that area that Dalot's picking up a lot of space in. And sometimes you get worried of you're exploiting it. Are they going to make the change because they see it? Ange Postecoglou won't change it. So that space to exploit will still be there in the second half. But you're just sort of saying, better decision making, make better decisions, take your chances or take your opportunities. Because it has been an even game, I think. A super chat here from Godson says, Ahmad for Anthony at halftime, please. Game will change. Like, once more, I mean, this is what I was kind of alluding to a few minutes ago. I think that this will once again, I think, depend on what Ruben Amorim feels about this competition, because I do think if he wants to bring some of those players on, again, like Ahmad, maybe like a Garnacho, maybe Cobby or something like that, he can go and win that game. But is he, we kind of saw it with Maguire not coming on when Lindelof got injured. Certain players he's definitely trying to sort of rotate and make sure that he sort of manages their minutes. So, I think it will depend with that. But the game's definitely there for us. Again, Ugarte, Yoro have stood out, I think. And it's not like at all. It's not like Spurs have been all over us or anything like that. It's been a very, very even game. You just need to be a bit more clinical. Now you need to be a bit more, just a bit more decision making has to be better. And but I think chances will come. Chances will come in the second half. And it's only halfway through, I think. We've got over 1,400 people watching. We're currently over 1,200 likes. If you haven't already, click the like button. Let's see if we can get it to 1,300, 1,400, something like that. As you can see in the top right-hand corner too, we're less than 70 subscribers away from 185,000. So if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe. Click the bottom right-hand corner to move the top right-hand corner. And as you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, as well as beneath me, this match view is brought to you by Fail Forward as per usual. You can scan the QR code, or you can click the link in the video description, or you can click the pinned comment in the chat, and you can go over to the Fail Forward website. You can get hoodies just like this one. You can get t-shirts, you can get tracksuits, you can get hats, you can get gloves, you can get swimming shorts, you can get socks, you can get anything you possibly think of over at Fail Forward. And you can use the code UnitedViewFF for 20% off your next purchase. That's right, UnitedViewFF for Fail Forward to get 20% off your next purchase. Now, as far as the other part of the match view, the man of the match by Oxford Natural by Gowan Life, well, of course, United do have to win the game. If United do win the game, then you can also possibly win a United shirt by choosing the man of the match. But we can explain that if United wins. At the moment, of course, it's not going to happen. But of course, look, United at half-time on Sunday, we won't win the game, will we? We won't win the game for a lot of the game. It was only the last 10 minutes that we managed to turn the thing around. So there's plenty of football to be played. Ruben Amorim will probably make some subs. And it's there for us. Spurs will give you chances. I suppose it's just a case of, can United ensure that we don't concede another goal or anything like that? But it's a fairly even game, and it is there. It's there to be won. It's there to be turned around for Manchester United, and hopefully, indeed, that's what happens. What are people saying in the chat? Jan says Anthony will be replaced 100%. Can't do anything. His head's down. He's clueless. JB says, imagine spending 100 million to play with 10 men. Lots of Anthony discussion there. Redwan says, no, Bindeer didn't do his job. Should have parried it out wide, not back into the box. I'm repeating myself here, but that honestly, that is probably my biggest frustration coming out of that first half, is that it's 1-0 Spurs, and I'm going, you know what? There's been really nothing in that half, really. There's been really nothing in that half between both of the sides. It's been a fairly even one. Not massive chances either way. I mean, they had that Kulusevski thing when he rolled Bruno near post. Bindeer made the save. Should make the save. But the cutbacks to Eriksen, edge of the box, they're big opportunities. And we haven't had a shot on target. We've had 7 shots, but none on target. And we've put ourselves in some really good areas to make something happen, and we haven't. So, I do think it is there. Matt says Anthony isn't as bad as people are making out. He's played Bruno through twice, switches to Dalot, and he's had a shot on target better than Mazraoui so far. He hasn't had a shot on target because I don't think United have had a shot on target. So I don't know about that one. To be honest with you, I would push back on the shot on target, because according to the stats, we haven't had a shot on target. And it's not, and I don't think people's complaints about Anthony are necessarily, because you're right in the sense of he did the crossfield pass, but I think the frustration is that he's very weak. He's very weak on the ball, and he's been bullied a couple of times. But yeah, he hasn't had a shot on target because we haven't had one. There's a smidge in your argument. People will go, that's fake news in the shot on target, Matt. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I think that if there was a sub to make, it'd be Anthony off Ahmad on, wouldn't it? It's just a case of how much Ruben Amorim wants to manage the minutes, I think, of Anthony. Of Ahmad. We are over, got 1,250 likes at the moment. Less than 50 likes to go until 1,300. So if you haven't already, click the like button. Let's see if we can get it to 1,300. And also be sure to subscribe as well whilst you're at it. Second half will be starting very shortly. So I've got to make sure I get this back up. Oh yeah, the darts is on. I bloody love the darts. Oh. There was a 9 darter yesterday at the darts as well, actually. Christian kissed. Darts, that's proper Christmas, isn't it? Proper Christmas. Can't beat it. Love the darts. Obviously, the difference is the Dominic Solanke goal. Bindeer should do better, but it's there for us. It's there for us. There are goals in this game for Manchester United. Maybe Ruben Amorim's just trying to time it right. And a reminder, if it is level, we'll be going to penalties. A winner has to be decided this evening. And on top of that, no VAR. No VAR. And so no offsides, in terms of... Because it's weird how you sort of react, isn't it? Because when the goal went in, I saw people turn towards the linesman. You see the linesman running back and you go... Well, that's it, isn't it? That's it. We're not going to wait and see what happens or anything. No, that's it. Ruben Amorim deep in discussion with his coaching staff. And again, it must be stressed. It wasn't a terrible first half or anything like that by any stretch by United. Just need to be more clinical. No, Bruno's final ball needs to be better. It's been wasteful. I think he's just saying to people, turn to Johnny Evans and Euro there, do the switch. The switch is always on. Doesn't look like any subs. But you've got Ahmad and Garnacho, of course, both on the bench. Interesting that Malacia didn't start. I had him sort of down to possibly start this evening. So maybe that suggests that Malacia might start at the weekend. Maybe Malacia starts against Bournemouth. As the Spurs players come back out onto the pitch, we await the second half to begin. And we are 20 likes away from 1,300. So if you haven't already, click the like button. As Ange makes his way back out. And about the other part of it too is that we know Spurs are like us. They can collapse like that. You know what I mean? Get a goal. Spurs can do a madness. So this game is far from over. I'd be surprised if it ended 1-0, which might be jinxing myself massively. If UV Clips is watching me, they'll be rubbing their hands and licking their lips at the same time me saying that. But I don't think this game ends 1-0. Leach are talking to the referee there. So no subs at half-time, which isn't totally surprising. He'll probably give it 10 minutes. He likes 55 minutes, doesn't he? As Spurs with a kickoff, the second half is underway. And what we don't need is to concede an early goal or anything silly and almost like kill the game off. What we do need is an early goal for Manchester United, turn the game around. That's what we need to be looking for. Here's Mazraoui. Back to Lenny Yoro. Ball given away. Solanke. Here's Son. I mentioned we don't need to concede an early goal. Oh! What did I say? What did I say? Don't need to concede an early goal. Don't need to concede an early goal. That's what we don't need to do. 2-0. And it's our own making. It's our own making. It's a sloppy goal. It's a sloppy goal. Said just don't concede a goal early. Just don't concede a goal early. Bullshit. It's a ball in. Leacher puts it back. Goal. Look at that. Look at that. Leacher just dangles a foot at it. Rubbish. Little fluke. I mean, it lays it off for Kulusevski. Just lays it off for him. I don't like to be game over or anything like that, but said don't concede early. Bayern can't do anything about that one. Honestly. I want to say when we played Spurs earlier on in the season, it was conceding an early goal. Just, honestly. And the worst thing is as well, that was so, you go back to it again. I think it was Euro, it was a ball, we were trying to play out from the back, played it forward, lost it. It's just, that's so avoidable. It's two really avoidable goals. Son's offside. Just the goals we've conceded this evening have just been so poor, so sloppy. It's the first one from Bayern, Dia. That one, Leacher dangles a foot at it. Gary Neville just kind of says it there. Ruben Amorim's been led by two poor mistakes, and he's right. Look at that. What is that? Leacher just flicks it at the outside of his boot. It's not it. It's not it. It's not good enough. And now, look, if United are going to get anything out of this one, they need to score fairly quickly. 2 poor mistakes. 2 goals. 2 poor avoidable mistakes as well. Is Bayern Deer. Matt says, yes, Jesus the Bozo G is strong with these lot. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And the question is now what does Ruben Amorim do? Because I think he would have probably been looking at subs for 55 minutes. Does he just make them anyway? Does he go proactive or does he stick to the 55? Anthony does well there, wins the ball back, loses it. I think that went out, did it not? I thought that went out for a corner. There's Dave Brailsford, Omar Barada, Jason Wilcox. Don't look particularly happy. Don't blame them. They're just such shit goals to concede, honestly, though. Just so bad. Johnny Evans goes for a ball over the top. Ball out wide to Son, up against Mazraoui. I wonder what Flex will have to say about Martinez, eh? I wonder. And people say he's Flex got the Fleck gender against Leacher. And Gary Neville kind of says it. That was the frustrating thing. We say it all the way through half time, don't we? Going, look, there's not much really in this game. You know, Not much in this game. It's there for us. Go concede straight after half time. Ridiculous. The next goal, if there is one in this game, is critical for obvious reasons. Spence overhits it. Ugh. About that Carabao Cup, it doesn't matter, does it? There's Ericsson. Tried the ball over the top to Højlund, couldn't find him. There's Kulusevski. Pryor tries to play up the line. Dalot deals with that one. See, the annoying thing is with Spurs as well is you still just feel like if you can get a goal, Spurs are so frail that something can happen. But I tell you what is mad is that they've got a centre-back pair of Archie Gray and Dragerson, and they haven't really been tested all that much. Anthony gives the ball away. Well, we're 3 minutes away from 55. I'd be stunned if Ruben Amorim doesn't make more changes. There's no way he can't. If he really wants to win the game or not, I suppose that's the other part of the question, isn't it? How much does he really value this competition? That's the question put to Ruben right now. Because if you really value it, you make subs and you change the game. If you don't really care, you leave it as is. It's Solanke. Kulusevski. Tried the little flick, didn't work. Here's Mazraoui. Offside for Rasmus Højlund. Well, we mentioned subs, we're getting them. Ahmad's coming on, Kobbie Mainoo's coming on. So Ahmad will probably for Anthony. Kobbie probably for Ericsson. Ball over the top though. Leacher, you've got to make that. Here's Solanke. Cuts inside. Game over. Game over. That's it. Game over. And I tell you what, that's just way too easy. Way too easy. It don't matter about the subs now, Ruben. Tell them to put their stuff back on, to be honest with you. Tell them to put the stuff back on. Game over. Done. And I tell you what, it's a ball over the top, and Leach don't get anywhere near him. Leach, I think, plays him on. Martinez is deeper. He stands up against him and he just gets done. I tell you what, Leacher, you've been done. Look at this. Leacher was the deepest. He just goes past him like he's not even there. Through Johnny Evans' legs. To be fair, Binder can't do anything about that one. I tell you what, Solanke just does him. Completely does him. Can't get near him. Game over. In the space of 9 minutes in the second half, game over. And now, look, we're going to get some subs, but look what game you're walking into, fellas. Ahmad, Kobbie, Xerxes. Anthony comes off for Ahmad. Not had a good game. Højlund comes off for Xerxes. And who's coming off for Kobbie? B. Ericsson. And I tell you what, people have been asking those questions. People have been asking those questions about Leacher. Bloody hell. I already know what Fleck's going to talk about after the game. I already know I'm going to talk about after the game. He struggled. I know some people will say buying dear for that goal. I don't look at it too much, to be honest with you, but not good. Not good at all. And the problem is now, you worry about how ugly this is going to get. Because there's one thing to lose, 1-0 and go, right, well, we don't care, we're happy to be out the cup. 3-0, you've been battered. And I tell you what, the first 10 minutes or so of the second half, here comes Kulusevski again. United are going into free fall again. It's a short pass by Cobby there as well. Short pass by Cobby. Just shrugs off Bruno Fernandes like it's not there. Shrugs off Ugarte as well. Kulusevski. And Kulusevski stands over the corner. I tell you what, my record on these solos match views is fucking shit, isn't it? It's not great. Oh, man. Corner to Spurs. Kulusevski stands over it. Ball in. Bind it. Catches that one. Is Yoro. Oh, what is that? Even it's infected Mazraoui now. He goes for a switch. He just puts it completely out of play. Oh. Oh. I tell you what, this second half so far has been an absolute shit show. Absolute horror show. Goes out for a goal kick. Ugh. Leach is on the ball. Oh, Bayern dear. Bloody hell. Madison. Mazraoui puts it into Bruno. Ugarte. A better pass out to Dalla. That's a better touch as well. Travel. Out to Bruno Fernandes. Bruno. Out wide to Ahmad. Pretty much one of the first touches he's got since he's come on the pitch, right? No, go straight to Fraser Forster from a deflection. No one likes the Carabao Cup, right? Anyway, we don't really care that much. And then the second half, they battered us. Look, yeah, 2 shots, 2 on target, 5 touches in the opposition box, 61% possession. We've had no shots, no touches in the box, none on target, 31% possession in the second half. Not good. But another reality check, innit? Benji with the super chat says, "Owen, your record on solo, you sir, bad judge." I know. A record on this. Well, there's a lot of Solanke. There's a lot of bad judge, isn't there? There's me on the solo match view. There's also KG when he's not in the country. KG when he's not in the country, his record is horrific. So it's double judge. Double judge working against us. It's Martinez. Oh, I tell you what. Flew into Ahmad. It wasn't too bad. It was just a bit of a strong tackle from Basuba. A free kick to Spurs. I mean, United haven't even participated in the second half. I haven't participated at all. It's done nothing apart from concede. And it's also one of those ones where it's like 3-0 after 60 minutes. You go, it's going to be a long 30 minutes, folks. It's going to be a United throw. Ball in. Xerxes! Oh, I tell you what, that's an unbelievable save by Fraser Forster. Bloody hell. I tell you what. So ball in, Joshua Xerxes heads it, and I tell you what, that is a top save. Look at this, ball in, Xerxes, free header, and he did, to be fair, Xerxes can't do much more than what he does. Heads it into the ground. A good save by Fraser Forster. We're not going to score. It's not our day. Oh, we got a shot on target. At least that's a start. It kind of paused. It's kind of behind him. Oh, now he gives the ball away. Bruno Fernandes. Go! There's Joshua Xerxes. There's one. I was just praising him. Now he's made a mistake. There's one. Well, he's made like a top save, and then he's just given us a goal. I told you we'd score. It's honestly, they have given us a gift, an ultimate gift. Even Bruno can't mess that one up. Come on. Right, can we get the panic? Can we get the Spurs collapse? Can we? Joshua Xerxes, goal scorer. Where's the Don Robbie?
Believe.
If we get a second, it will be 3-3. Yeah? If we get a second, they won't be able to handle it. If that happens. Something. Door open ajar. I'm glad for Xerxes as well, because again, the header before that was really good. It deserved to go in. But he gets the goal. Red Devil said, praise Spurs play. Well, I tell you what, Fraser Forster, bloody good goalkeeper. He made a really good save. Really good save, Fraser Forster. And as I said, we won't score another goal. We will not score a second. We will not. We won't score a second goal. At all. We're not scoring another one. Oh, that's a bad pass. Get that though. Dallo. Said it'd be a long 30. Said it'd be a long 30 minutes. Cobby. It's right. Turn. Ahmad, put it out wide. Go on, Mazraoui, travel. Ahmad, we need some magic. Go on, play out from the back again, Spurs, if you dare. Play out from the back again. God, I tell you what, if we get a second and United win the ball back, Yoro, Xerxes. Oh, referee, you prick. Xerxes played a 1-2 with the ref. You're a disgrace.
Fucking reckless! That's fucking reckless! You fucker!
Ref getting involved. And the thing is, it's Spurs as well. We know them. We know them. If you can get a goal, make it 3-2. You just you know. Ball over the top by Leacher to Bruno. That's a good pass, that. Xerxes. Oh, cross goal. Oh, it's nearly an own goal. Nearly. Come on. You can hear. It's just the United fans. I tell you what, it was nearly. Oh, I fought for half a second. I've just fought for half a second. Thought I'd be the ultimate Spursy. Corner ball. Oh, is Bruno going to be on set? Oh, wow. Bruno on set pieces. Never. Short. Cuts it back. Shoot. Oh, that was close. Deflection. And another one. He senses it. The fan senses it. It does get a deflection. I'll tell you what, it might have been on target as well. No, it wasn't. And actually, the deflection nearly takes it on target. Bruno again. Beat the first man, please. Ball in. Keeper punches. It was a good punch by Fraser Forster, that. Last time he did something good there, it preceded a goal. Ref gives a free kick. Come on now. The positive of them scoring so early is that there genuinely is time. there genuinely is time for us to get back in the game. One more goal and Spurs will collapse. And the thing is, Spurs know it. Ange knows it. The Spurs fans know it. If we get a second, they will collapse. And it would be the ultimate Spursy thing. Come on, United. Get a goal. Do something. I'm begging. It's bubbling up Spursy. You just know it. Go on, Ahmad. Press him down. Start foul. Oh, didn't need to. That was a good error if we could win it back then. Madison's down holding his face. I don't know if there was a lot in it. Ruben's got the clipboard out. He's got the counters out too. Who's coming on? Garnacho's coming on. Alejandro Garnacho. He's coming on. Go on, Garnacho. Make the headlines about you. Do something. Oh, it's gone! I don't believe it! We praise Fraser Forster. He's made a mistake again. Ahmad pressing. He scored. It's 3-2. Believe. It's ultimate Spursy. Oh, my goodness me. Ange Postecoglou. Hold your hand.
Believe.
Yeah. Oh. I know Flex is in the stadium.
Hold on. Wait a minute, Flex.
Yeah. Look at this. It's the ultimate Spursy. He passes it back and he takes the touch and Ahmad gets there. It's 3-2. Come on. Oh, it's so on now. It is so on. The ultimate Spursy. Believe. I said we wouldn't score again. We won't score a third. We definitely won't score a third. We definitely won't. Oh. We won't score again. Definitely not, right? Definitely won't score again. Definitely won't get a third. That won't happen. Fraser Forster is a great goalkeeper. He would never make another error. He's one of the best goalkeepers I've ever seen. Garnacho's on, Ugate's off. It's a shame because Ugarte had done really well. But he's managing minutes. But it's so on. We won't score a third. Fraser Forster's a great goalkeeper. Garnacho definitely won't score. Definitely won't. He's rubbish. Definitely won't. Oh, there's so much time as well. So much time. 20 minutes left. Leacher. Turn. Garnacho. Dallo, go on! Go on, Garnacho. Just put pressure on. Because I tell you now, there's still time. There's still time. There's still time. Oh, press the button.
Believe.
I tell you what, I said about the substitutions. I said, Reuben, make them sit back down at 3-0. There's no point. I dare you, Fraser Forster. Go short again. Just pass it around the back. I dare you to. He's gone long. You bottled it. The best thing about Spurs is that you just know when they're 3-0 up, the moment you score one goal, you go, we're back in it. You go, we're back in it. Oh. What we can't do, just don't. I'm in the ultimate like jinx sphere. Everything I'm saying, the opposite's happening. So I don't even know what to say at this point. I might just sit in silence. Mazraoui. There's time. You're all right. Now we got to be a bit careful with our pressing. You're all right, goes long. Well done. Get the ball to Amad Diallo on the right-hand side. And I tell you what, the subs from Ruben Amorim have changed the game. No doubt about that. Oh. Bayern Deer. Leacher. That's a good pass, that. I tell you what. Garnacho. Alejandro Garnacho. Bruno Fernandes, you wouldn't. A good pass. You're in. Mazraoui. Cuts back. Mazraoui. Oh. I thought for a second I did. I believed.
Believe.
I did believe. That's a great pass by Bruno. And look at that. It's a proper pass. Oh. I think maybe go and give it back to Xerxes. Should Xerxes make the run? That was on. Oh. Go on, play out from the back again, Fraser Forster. How long are you going to take? Go on. How long are you going to take? Oh, they've gone short. Press. Yeah, look, they're rattled. United get the ball back again. Oh, that's short. Well done, Lenny Yoro. Well done. And a good switch by Lenny Yoro too. Good touch by Leacher. Dallo. Cobby. 15 minutes left. Come on, United. Come on. It would be the ultimate, wouldn't it? It would be the ultimate. It'd be the ultimate Spursy. Good pass by Dallo. Turn Bruno. Oh, I don't know if it was meant for Xerxes, but it ends up going to Amad. Amad, you wouldn't. Oh, give the overlap. So his name in headlines. They've already been in the headlines, Amad, for the one at the weekend. Should have played Mazraoui in. Keep the pressure on. Every time Man United have a touch in the final third, Spurs look like, I don't know what the proper analytical way of saying this is, they look like they're going to shit themselves. That's a foul. Manchester United free kick. Just keep the pressure on. Keep it in the final third. They will make a mistake. They don't know what to do. "14 minutes to go. Come on. Come on. Come on. You just know it's there. We definitely won't score again. Fraser Forster, best goalkeeper in the world. Bruno goes short to Ahmad. Ahmad is in the box. Ahmad cuts it back. Oh. Corner ball. Come on. I tell you what, it's a great pass by Bruno. Look at that. Ahmad's free. I thought he'd overrun it. There's a bit of a heavy touch. It's really well to cut it back. And we get a corner. Beat the first man. Please. Good delivery. For the love of God. He's aiming for our smallest player, Martinez. Ahmad. Oh. Be careful, Leacher. Well done. Pressure, pressure. Keep it in their half. Mazraoui, Leacher again. There will be a chance. There will be an opportunity. There has to be. It's Spurs. There will be an opportunity in this one. Oh, well, there won't be. There won't be an opportunity in this one. Dalot, ball in. Headed away. Johnny Evans. You're out. Keep the pressure on. Cobby. Good turn. That's got to be a free kick. Well done, referee. Keep the pressure on. Madison's coming off. Madison's off. Come on. Come on. Something. Garnacho equaliser. Madison off, Bergvall on. Come on, United. Do the ultimate. Do the ultimate. Bruno Fernandes free kick. Do not waste it. We might go out wide to Ahmad again. Ball in. Oh! They nearly headed it back across goal. Now they're given offside. There is still time. 11 minutes. A reminder, if it is level, it goes straight to pens. S. Matthews in the chat. It's true. Our set pieces are shit. They're not great, are they? Now, the thing is as well for United, it's just keep the pressure on. Because those Spurs fans know it. Those Spurs players know it. Ange Postecoglou knows it. It is in them to give you a chance. It is in them to make this go to 3-3. They know it. They know it right now. You just have to put pressure on. Hold your nerve because they won't hold theirs. Well done, Cobby. Leacher. Dalot. Garnacho. Wasteful. Wasteful. Fraser Forster, can you give us another goal, please? While you're at it. Come on. Porro ball in. Claim that buy-in, dear. Well done. Where's the option? Where's the option? Goes long. Xerxes, just put a bit of pressure on. Put a bit of pressure on. You can get that. Well done. Cobby. It was going down. He was aiming for Mazraoui. Short pass by Basuma. Dallo. Garnacho's is on the overlap. Garnacho, give him back. Give him back. Keeps going. Oh. This is kind of forgot about Garnacho is that like recently he's not been good. Ahmad, he has been good recently. Ahmad shoots! Oh my God! Fraser Forster, he just kicked it away. He didn't save it, he just kicked it. I've never seen anything like it. It's goal line clearance. He didn't save it, he just kicked it. Bloody hell. He just volleyed it away. Test him. Evans. Ahmad. Johnny Evans. Martinez. Cobby. Got to stay on side. Dallo keeps it on. Dallo. Ball in. Oh. Edge of the box, Bruno Fernandes. Oh, nearly. Oh, Ahmad. Got to keep it down. That's a chance. Oh. Look at this. This is one of the most mental saves I've ever seen in my life. It's a fizzy shot. Straight at him. And he just swipes a leg at it. He just refuses to go down. I mean, look at the woman behind the goal. She can't believe it. She's looking at him going, what the fuck's he doing? Oh, my God. Still time. I say at this point, just have a shot. Because it's probably going to go in. For what he's doing. You can get that, Ahmad. You can get that. You can get that. It's up against Archigori. Ah, he just overran it. He overran it. It's there for you, Ahmad. I think Ahmad wants a corner. It is there for him as well. He wants a corner. It's a heavy touch. That touch there was heavy. Bit tight. Go on, play out from the back again. I dare you. Now they're going long. Bruno Fernandes. Mazraoui. Play it towards Xerxes. Oh, they went short. They went short. I think it's a foul. Oh, Bruni didn't need to give a foul away. He was looking for it as well. Oh. 5.5 minutes left. Come on. Come on. Something. Now look, how long is he down for? He's not that hurt. Clearly, Basuma is fine. Okay, Ahmad, he just goes. Come on, come on. Basuma has gone down with the worst injury you've ever seen. If he's still on the ground, good. Here's Johnny Evans. Evans, Yoro. Out wide to Dallo. Ah, never. Referee, you're looking for stuff. He's given a foul by Garnacho. God, look, now, how long are you going to add on, ref? are taking their time. Get the ball, United. Get the ball. There you go. Mazraoui. Ah, it's too short towards Ahmad. Too short. You can get that, Lenioro. You can get that. Good tackle. I tell you what, that's a top tackle by Lenioro. Brilliant. It was a foot race, but he made it. I was worried for a second. Good tackle by Lenioro. Come on. How long are they time wasting, ref? They've been doing it for the last 5 minutes. Who was saying in the first half, who was saying about Bayern Dia? Who was saying about Bayern Dia? Who was saying in the first half about Bayern Dia? This is a game of shitty goalkeepers, is what it is. That's what it is. It's a game of shitty goalkeepers. Nah. He pulls his hand down a little bit, but it's a mess. I don't have any sympathy for it. He's fuming. He says someone gets him for his hand. It's not. There's nothing in it. You're not going to get anything in it. Honestly. And the first half, people give it by India, it's just sample size. Told you he's not good. He's not good. He's not good. He's not getting anywhere near it. Well, game over. And the thing is, Binder, you can shout at all the referees and stuff like that. It doesn't mean nothing. It doesn't mean nothing. And you get literally Fraser Forster to try and give you the game. And Fraser Forster knows he got away with one. But I mentioned it earlier on before. Literally, I think it was like I think it might have been the first pass he did. He kicked out for touch. I remember saying, I've watched him play like 4 or 5 times now. He's not a good goalkeeper. He's not. UV Clips, find that one. 2 minutes into this game. He's not that. Hopefully this will be the end of the free Bayern Dia bullshit that we get. Because he's not. And the worst thing is, that was just a throwaway corner. Like, that was just a throwaway corner that didn't actually mean all that much. And I tell you what, if we score a third now, I'll be pissed. Because this game was actually there for us. Do you know how mad it is, literally, for a team to, you know, basically try and give you the game. Like, you know what I mean? Try and give you the game. Try and give you it, and just no. Ugh. Madness. Bring Onana on now. Just to send a message. Xerxes. Blocked. Xerxes wins a corner. Apparently Bruno was booked. Man, at least it's not 3-0. What a mad game. Mad game of football. Godson says it stopped him from jumping high enough, but he's still rubbish. Terrible keeper, zero presence, zero aura. Yeah, like I said, I've watched him a few times. I've watched him a few times, and he's just not it. He's not. Zaid Miasi says, how do you let Spurs score 4? Shocking. Well, let's see what happens in the FA Cup, Zaid Miasi. We shall see. If Bindeers play, you got a chance. It's so frustrating as well, because you look at the games. You look at this game, rather. You look at this game. The goals we've conceded are so shit. Like, so avoidable. Whether they've been individual errors from players, individual errors obviously from the keeper. Is that going to be another corner for United? Oh. Quarter ball. Ball in. Johnny Evans. Oh, the worst thing is, we did fucking score. Johnny Evans. Honestly, man. Oh, Binder, you pissed me off even more now. Because we did score. We did score. Oh, there's no way. Surely not. There's no way. There's surely not. Oh, it's like the biggest frustrated one. If I hadn't had that pissing corner, be level now. Surely not. Surely not. Any chance, any hope. Surely. Surely not. I mean, this would be the ultimate Spurs. Surely not. Is there going to be one more chance? Is there going to be one more chance? Go on, get there. Get there. United throw. Minute left. Surely not. There might be like 30 seconds added extra on because we scored the goal. Anything. Every time I've said it's game over, I fucking scored. Oh, Bruno, why? Well, they've got a player down. Surely that's just going to add on time. Surely you're going to have to add on time, ref. Godson says, so Ahmad has Ahmad corners as well then. I hope you're adding this all on, ref. I hope you're adding this all on. I thought we were done with 4-3s, honestly. How many have we had? Now what's going on? What are we doing? What's the ref doing now? It's a drop ball. What the fuck? What was that? Well, surely there's got to be more minutes added on then. Because he was on the floor for like 2 minutes. Or a minute and a half at least. Surely he can't just blow the whistle. That's a foul. Pump it forward. Pump it forward. Now look, they're just wasting more time. God, it's like the Onana thing all over again. It's happened with Onana. Just take the fucking kick. And that is full time. Oh, what a madness of a game. Honestly. What an absolute madness of a game. Manchester United are out of the Carabao Cup. Honestly. Absolute madness of a game. But, you know, it's a tale of two goalkeepers, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's a tale of two goalkeepers. In the sense of both are rubbish. Both are absolutely dreadful. I mean, ultimately, Manchester United, I suppose now, can just focus on the Premier League and on the Europa League, FA Cup. Bizarre game of football. Spurs doing everything they can to try and, you know, look, they're trying to, Bayern is trying to complain to the referee. Look, I don't think there's much to complain about, to be honest with you. I said in like the first minute that I wasn't sold on him. You're not going to change anything now on it, are you? It was there for United to get back into it, but I think if anyone at any point moving forward is asking for Bayern to play in goal for United or doing, you know, more often than not, it's very rare, isn't it? You know, whenever we do free blank, whoever the player is. We do the free blank stuff with 9 times out of 10, not always, but 9 times out of 10, the free blank movement tends to be a crock of shit, doesn't it? You know, whether it's, you know, free Donny, free Bayendia, or free whoever, there's an odd exception to the rule. The odd exception to the rule is like a free Ahmad, you know, in fairness, free Ahmad gets a goal again today. But just the goals we conceded are just not very good goals, you know, not very good goals to concede. I will give United credit in the sense of, look, we were 3-0 down, got it back to 3-2. It's really annoying that fourth goal to concede because Johnny Evans does score and makes it 3-3, and it was there for us. But Spurs were on a platter. Spurs, they were there for us. They were giving us the game, and we just made more errors to come. Which I think speaks volumes for where we're at. I think you can credit Ruben Amorim in the sense of, you know, you said you can see an idea. You can see an idea of how United still want to play. There are going to be ups and downs, certainly, no doubt about that. When you take a step back and you sort of look at it long term, is it the worst thing in the world that Man United are out of the Carabao Cup? No, it's not the worst thing in the world. Again, we've got more things to focus on. But yeah, it's errors, isn't it? It's constant errors. It's the one in the first half where Bayern should do better, doesn't push it wide enough. There's the one in the second half where Leacher just has a little flick at it, goal. For the third goal, Solanke just kind of bullies him, really. Bullies him, goes past him, ball in the back of the net. And then for the corner, I know Bindier can say that, the other player was kind of putting his hand on me. You got to be stronger. You got to do better. And also, you've got to have your head switched on to know that, if I go down, I'm running the risk that there isn't VAR. So I don't have that safety blanket to fall on. I can't just go down and assume, the ref's going to overturn it because of VAR. VAR is not here. It's not on. So you're running the risk. The goals that we scored, they're all goalkeeper mistakes as well. You got Fraser Forster just passing it around, Joshua Xerxes. To be fair, Xerxes deserved a goal because he did a good header and Forster made a good save from that. But, Xerxes gets the tap in. He's then dilly-dally on the ball. Ahmad, good press, scored the goal that way. And even for the Evans goal, I think he's kind of just standing there. So it's a game where really sort of the 7 goals in it, it's a game that, really lacks in terms of like defensive quality and goalkeeping quality. No doubt about that. You saw Ruben Amorim at the end of it. I don't think he's particularly furious by any stretch of the imagination about it. But he gave himself too much to do. And he can't, as much as we can laugh at Spurs and all that kind of stuff, you can't make that amount of individual errors. You can't make that amount of just really shitty mistakes and expect to win a game of football. You just can't. You can't. You got 2 goals looking at the goalkeeper. You got another 2 looking at Leacher, who after the third goal played a bit better. But I think in general you're going to look at him and go again. I don't know about that. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. So I think once again United lost the game. I don't think we can't really. I don't think have much complaints. I think. People can, look at the Bindier one and go, foul and all that kind of stuff. The goals we conceded were horrid, goals we conceded were horrid. And it's not necessarily the one mistake. It's not the one, goal refereeing decision or anything like that's cost us. We conceded some terrible goals, really bad goals throughout the game too. And the goals we scored, Spurs gave us it. Spurs gave us that opportunity and we just couldn't make the most of it. I think largely Amorim got the subs right. The one which I get it, I think he took Ugarte off because I think he'd probably want to play him against Bournemouth, but you lose that intensity of winning the ball in the midfield. Garnacho came on, didn't really offer that much. It was kind of a bit of a reminder recently about Garnacho, wasn't it? That he hasn't been playing very well, wasteful, didn't really do much in the game. Credit to Xerxes. I think when Xerxes came on, I think he did well. Obviously, Ahmad is always a threat. A couple of the people that started, Anthony, thought he was quite weak, didn't really offer that much in the first half, didn't really think he, took that opportunity all that much. So, yeah. Luch says DR Sports and Expressions uploaded a diss track. The fact that they were sitting on that, they must have been twitching. That diss track, he must have been twitching in those last few minutes. Can you really upload a diss track when you were 3-0 up and you nearly bottled it? I don't know, man. That's like us when we played Coventry and won on penalties, isn't it? Then we upload a diss track against Cov. You go, no, not really sure. Biggie Third says it was a foul, even if the goalkeeper was weak. I don't know. I don't know. And this is coming from the goalkeepers union. He just put his hand on him. But also as well, when I watched it back, I just don't think he was anywhere near it as well. Was he even really near? But the way that ball was coming in, I don't know if I fancied him to even get it anyway if the player wasn't there. Ray the DJ says, Ray D, the JD, there you go, says, good game to see how people are. Anthony isn't a 10, but serviceable right wing back sub. Ahmad picked us up. How do you rate Yoro today? Amorim just needs to keep on. I thought Yoro actually did well. I thought he's got good recovery pace, made a couple of good tackles. I think he did well. Falcon Shuffle says, safety blanket is a bit much. Greedy has to do better, but that's a foul. I don't know. That some people will think it is, some people think it's right. I'm in the camp of, I'm just thinking as a goalkeeper, understanding how protected a species we are. And also, I think you have to be smart too. I think you have to be smart when you know, because it looked like as well when he was complaining about the decision by looking up on the screen. Did he even know that VAR wasn't on? Because if you know VAR isn't on, like, and you make the decision to go down or whatever, like, it's not going to be overturned. It's not. And you have to be extra forceful. So, again, I don't think he was just sort of getting anywhere near it anyway, to be honest with you. But if you're going to take some positives from the game, I think you say, well, Ahmed scores again. I think Lenny Oro did well. Ogate again did well. I think Ruben Ari learns things about some other players. But yeah, not a good one for Bayern Deer. Not a good one also for Licha Martinez as well. A lot of people looking at him, a lot of people giving him the side eye and what have you. And and another one where I think people will once again be looking at Martinez and going, it got done on a couple of those goals. Got done on a couple of them. And it'll be interesting to see what Ruben Amorim says after the game, if he does comment on the fourth goal. Again, I wouldn't really dwell on it too much, to be honest. But we shall see. We got a new member in Mr. X. Welcome to the UV Members Club. How many likes are we currently at? We're at over 1,500 likes here at the moment. So if you haven't already clicked the like button, let's see if we can get to 1,600 likes in the last 5 minutes or so. As far as what's next, I mean, obviously got Bournemouth at the weekend. You kind of got the impression, didn't you, from Ruben Amorim that this game wasn't a priority for him, perhaps, with the team selection. I mean, look, this is the funny thing, isn't it? This is the funny thing about the Carabao Cup too, is that if you win, then you're like, all right, good, semi-final, momentum. If you lose, then you then turn it into, who really cares? You know, no, it's not really. We got bigger things to focus on in terms of our priorities. Certainly, the Carabao Cup would be the least prioritized cup competition for us this season. That's not to say you're making excuses because you lost or anything like that. But one thing's for certain too. Now be one of those ones where got to beat Bournemouth. I mean, that was kind of irrespective of the result tonight. But if you don't get a result against Bournemouth now, then you go lost against Spurs, lost against Bournemouth. So got to get the win against Bournemouth at the weekend, and got to try and continue that momentum in the Premier League. It'll be interesting to see once more. Does the craziness of that game kind of overshadow once more about the Rashford stuff before kickoff? Once again, dropped, not in the match day squad, just for selection purposes. I'm sure at the presser he'll be asked 10 million questions about Rashford once again. Well, I think one thing you can definitely say actually about Bournemouth at the weekend is they won't give you the chances or the collapse that Bournemouth will. They absolutely will not. Bournemouth won't, have the collapse that Spurs will. Do you know how mad it is that we are 3-0 down, we scored one goal, and we knew we're back in this because that's what they are. Bournemouth won't be like that at the weekend, so have to absolutely be wary of that. Biggie Third says, talk about Rasmus Touch. He'll never be the man. I mentioned this many a time when it comes to people like Højlund and all that kind of stuff. Is I take the Marcel advice with this, in my opinion, is when they do have a game where they score goals, don't overhype, and when they have a bad game, don't underhype. That's my view set. My point of view on Højlund has not changed over the last couple of months. Every time I've spoken about this, which is Rasmus Højlund, I think is a good striker. I don't think he's the guy to lead the line or anything like that for us right now. I think we need another striker that's ready-made because Højlund's young. We don't know how good he's going to be. It's not to say he's rubbish or anything like that. I think we just need more in that area. I think obviously he does have talent, but I think he just needs support in that area. So when he does score in a game, I'm not going to be like, see, he's the answer. All of you sit down. And if he has a bad game, I'm not going to be like, see, he's not going to be that. I always think we'll need more, basically, because I think we need more ready-made in that position. So, yes, there you go. The full-time view is coming up next. I'll be talking to the members. You can call in and have your say. You'll be redirected if you do wish to call in. You can become a member. Links in the video description. It's also pinned in the chat, so I'll be over there very, very shortly. As far as reaction coming outside of the ground, we'll have some reaction from Flex, maybe some other people outside the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium on just an absolute madness, a complete madness of a football match. It's just pure insanity, wasn't it? A reminder, the match review is brought to you by Fail Forward. You can scan the QR code, click the link in the video description, or it's pinned in the chat, and you can use the code UnitedViewFF. That's UnitedViewFF for Fail Forward. And get 20% off your next purchase. Hoodies like this, t-shirts, tracksuits, hats, apparel, anything you can possibly think of. On top of that, look at that. Our expected goals, 2.38 versus 0.67. They had 0.67 expected goals. They scored 4 this evening. We had more possession as well, more touches in the final third. But I suppose maybe I'm assuming our expected goals will be from, like tap-ins and stuff like that. But yeah, and in the end, we had 20 shots, 5 on target. 13 in the second half, couldn't get the job done. So interesting stuff. And also a reminder, no shirt giveaway today, courtesy of Oxford Natural by Gowan Life. Unfortunately, United have to win a game to do that. So maybe next time, hopefully at the weekend, we'll be able to give away a shirt or something like that. Big up to everyone that's tuned in. A reminder, we'll be live for the full-time view very shortly. I'm out of here. Peace.